Okay, I'm showing 5:31, Mayor, if you want to start.
All set. Okay, so good evening, everyone, and welcome to our April 27th, 2021 Vista Consolidated meeting. The meeting is now called to order. This meeting is being conducted utilizing teleconferencing and electronic means consistent with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20. In the event a quorum of the City Council loses electrical power or suffers an internet connection outage that is not corrected within 10 minutes, the meeting will automatically be adjourned. Items on that agenda that the council has not taken action on would be placed on a future agenda. So with that, we'll have a roll call by our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez.
I have to unmute myself, sorry. Please state you're here when I call your name. Mayor Ritter.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Green.
Here.
Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras.
Present.
Councilmember Melendez.
Here.
All members are present. Also joining us are City Manager Patrick Johnson and City Attorney Daryl Piper.
Okay, in accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District received compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. So for members of the public that are participating through Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate you'd like to speak by clicking the raise hand feature on your screen or by pressing *9 on your phone. Instructions on how to join the meeting through Zoom are provided on the agenda cover sheet. You may only speak on an item once, and public comment is limited to 2 minutes because we have a really busy meeting this evening. So with that, I will go to the approval of the agenda for our City Manager, Patrick Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes this evening to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we have one presentation this evening. Congressman Levin is here to talk about the American Rescue Plan. So welcome to Congressman Levin, and there he is. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor Ritter and Deputy Mayor Green, Council Members Contreras, Melendez, and Franklin. I'm honored to be with you. Thanks so much. I wish we were doing this in person. Next time we'll have to do that. And as your Deputy Mayor said, it's Tuesday, so next time we have to have some good tacos for Taco Tuesday if we're all in person. So we'll make that happen, Joe. But very glad to have a chance to speak for just a minute about the American Rescue Plan. And I hope it'll be a great help to the City of Vista and to all of your constituents throughout the city. As you know, we're now more than a year into this unprecedented health and economic crisis. And while things are getting better, looking at the past year, it's been a tough year. We've lost loved ones, jobs, homes, businesses, and so much more. The American Rescue Plan that we passed in Congress last month, though, I hope will help a great deal. And I think everybody knows about shots in arms and checks in pockets. And of course, that has happened with $1,400 direct payments for individuals and families to help make rent and to feed their families and pay the bills. And many of those checks have already arrived in people's bank accounts. It also includes a lot of resources to help hungry families, to support more small businesses, more nonprofits, an expansion of the Paycheck Protection Program to all nonprofits other than 501c4 lobbying organizations, but so many nonprofits like our food banks and others that really do need the help, who have done incredible work. Also, a dedicated restaurant revitalization fund. And I would love nothing more than to help some of the great restaurants in Vista to avail themselves of this program. It's going to be administered by the SBA, and we're anticipating they're going to be rolling it out right at the beginning of next month. The applications hopefully will be begin in about a week from now. So we'd love nothing more, as I said, to be able to help, and you can contact our office if you're interested in learning more about that. And it's specifically for smaller restaurants. You know, we got the feedback that many of the smaller restaurants were left out of past rounds of Paycheck Protection Program funding. So this is for restaurants and bars with 20 or fewer locations that have been hit hard by the pandemic. Another very significant win in the rescue plan was $386 million for rapid retraining for our veterans. You may know that I serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm honored to be the vice chair and to chair the relevant subcommittee for economic opportunity for things like workforce development and job training. And we had very low veteran unemployment prior to the pandemic. But unfortunately, it went up significantly, up to about 11%. Now it's gone back down. But for those veterans who are ineligible for things like the GI Bill, we want to make sure that we're taking care of them too. And so we put a rapid retraining program, 12-month-long rapid retraining program for veterans who don't otherwise qualify for the GI Bill or other workforce development programs through VA. So if you have veterans in the community that you think might be eligible, please let us know that too. We'd love nothing more than to help. We have a full-time veteran in our office, our district office, right on the border between Vista and Oceanside. And we'd love nothing more than to help out with that. One other thing I want to mention, very important for the city of Vista, for all the cities of our district. In the CARES Act, remember the CARES Act was the big COVID bill from 2020. There was money for state and local government, but significantly only for larger cities of over 500,000. Those are the only ones that received direct funding. If you're smaller than that, you had to rely on the county or the state. And that was a mixed bag. As you know, some counties did better than others in terms of distributing those funds. And really, as soon as the CARES Act was finished, we started advocating for mid-sized cities, smaller cities. And I'm really proud of the fact that every single city will get funding under the American Rescue Plan. And our understanding, Mayor, is that the first distribution of those funds will come around May 10th, on or around May 10th, for 50% of those funds. And then the rest will come in the next year. But Vista specifically is set to get $26,675,000. And that's really for a variety of purposes. We hope that we have given our mayors, our city councils sufficient latitude and flexibility to be able to spend those funds as you see best, because we know what works in Vista doesn't necessarily work in, I don't know, Del Mar or Encinitas, and every city is different in terms of its needs and its concerns and its priorities. The other thing is our schools, getting resources to our K-12 schools to help them reopen as quickly and as safely as possible. I can tell you, my wife and I have two young kids, 8 and 7 years old, in our local public schools. We are eager to get them back full-time, 5 days a week, as quickly and as safely as possible. And I hope that these funds that we're sending to school districts across the country will help with things like ventilation and PPE and all the other things that need to happen. So Vista Unified is going to get an estimated $46,691,000 to help with reducing class sizes, modifying spaces, to invest in better ventilation, personal protective equipment, and things of that nature. So I'm very excited about that for Vista Unified. What we're working on now, as you may or may not know, is infrastructure, and specifically the American Jobs Plan. The President will be speaking to the nation about this tomorrow night. But I hope this too is a significant win for Vista and for all the cities in our district as we look to really be more economically competitive, where the United States ranks 13th among major developed nations in terms of infrastructure. The American Society of Civil Engineers rated California infrastructure as a C-, and I think we can do a whole lot better than that. So working with our partners, including yourselves and Sandag and others throughout the community, we're hoping for some big wins in the American Jobs Plan, which we'll hear more about tomorrow night. So I can tell you it's really an honor and a privilege to get to serve as your representative. We want to be as responsive as possible to the needs and concerns of your constituents. Don't hesitate to reach out to our office anytime. Thank you as always, and great to be with you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. We appreciate all the help that you've given us to, and yes, big claps for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. Okay, if nobody, okay, he's gone. So in case you had any questions, no more. So with that, we're going to go to our consent calendar. Recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public can remove an item by using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 now. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following adoption of the calendar. We have 9 consent items this evening. Would any of the city council members like to remove an item? And seeing no hands raised there. So then do we have any requests from the public?
We do not have any requests from the public, so we'll close that opportunity now.
Okay, then seeing none, then I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
I will second, Madam Mayor. I'll second.
Oh, in a second. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. So please have a roll call vote.
Thank you. Please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras,
Aye.
Councilmember Franklin,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Green,
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
Yes.
The consent calendar passes unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to our public hearings. We have one public hearing this evening. This public hearing has received testimony regarding proposed organic waste collection service rates and ordinance amendments. The public hearing is now open. Management analyst Joshua Sino Cruz will provide the staff report, and if any members of the public want to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or pressing *9 now. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. And I'll turn it over to Joshua.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Today's public hearing was set back on March 9th, 2021 by the City Council to receive testimony regarding the proposed rates for residential and commercial organic waste collection services. Consequently, all City of Vista property owners were notified by mail at least 45 days ahead of today's public hearing and were given the opportunity to submit a formal written protest to the proposed rates per Prop 218. The notice also included information directing them to a dedicated city website with the reasons and basis for the proposed rates. There were a total of 22,781 property owners notified. If a majority of the property owners, 50% plus one, protest the rate increase, then it must be rejected. As of now, 49 written protests are currently on file with the City Clerk's office. Organic waste collection services are necessary for the City of Vista to comply with California state mandates, AB 1826 and SB 1383. AB 1826 requires the recycling of organic waste, and SB 1383 requires a significant reduction of short-lived climate pollutants. The city is required by January 1st, 2022 to provide organic waste collection. The proposed rates are calculated to recover the costs of providing organic waste collection services and to proportionally allocate those costs on a parcel basis amongst the various customer classes. The proposed rates for residential customers are a fixed charge set at $3.81 per month. The proposed rates for commercial customers are a fixed monthly charge that is determined by the size of the recycling container used to service the property and the frequency of pickups. Staff recommends adopting these rates as well as the corresponding ordinance amendments mentioned in the staff report in order for the city to meet AB 1826 and SB 1383 requirements. This concludes my presentation, and Jim Ambrosio from EDCO and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
Would the council like to hear public comments first? Yes, okay, so City Clerk Valdez, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak?
We do not have any members of the public that would like to speak.
Okay, so that part of that public comment is now closed. So do I have any comments from Council Deputy Mayor?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. As you know, I serve as the Vice Chair of RISWA here locally, which is the Regional Solid Waste Association, and we've been working on the SB 1383 organics waste recycling implementation for a very long time. I just wanted to make sure that the residents know the increase of $3.81 per month for the organic waste recycling is a set fee. It's something that we negotiated that's set for a while. EDCO actually built the first anaerobic digester in the county here to recycle the organic waste and have it converted to renewable natural gas. So we're working on being a net zero city, a net zero community. The rates that we're getting are actually going to be a lot more affordable than neighboring cities that are serviced by EDCO. So we've worked really hard to make this happen. You guys may have received the kitchen caddies. And my wife has me putting my leftover food in it now and dumping it in our green waste container. So one more thing that we got to recycle at home, but we're excited to do our part. And with that, I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation.
Hey, do I have any others? Yes, Councilmember Franklin.
Well, I just wanted to give voice to the 48 residents who opposed the rate increase. We have seen this is the second in a recent series of rate increases, both of which are essentially cost pass-through of state mandates. Our state legislature has seen fit to require the city to implement this program and has provided the city with zero additional funding in order to fund this organic waste collection program. I'm in agreement with some of the folks who said that they use their organic waste as compost, and they've been doing their part for a very long time to collect and reuse and recycle their organic waste. I truly wish that we had been able to provide for those individuals who are already doing the right thing. The reality is that the state legislature passed the law, required us to implement this program, and there's no way for us to pay for it on an ongoing basis without passing those costs along. So I hope that those who are following this and wondering why we're having to consider this item understand that the decision was actually made by their state legislators. And I do hope that they will voice their concerns about constantly increasing rates. I was reading the comments. One woman wrote in, said that her Social Security increase was only $11 last year, and we're raising the rates by $47.50 every year. So I do want to make sure that people understand where these mandates come from, and that this wasn't an original design of the city of Vista or the council, but merely something that we're being forced to pass through because of the actions of the state legislature. So that's what I wanted to say.
Did you want to second the motion? Councilmember Melendez?
Yes, I'll go ahead and second Deputy Mayor's motion and just make a comment to recognize the 48 protesting residents. I read in some of the letters a concern about just understanding exactly what the fee increases were. And so, being able to discuss that with our city manager and have that transparency and understanding, I think for some individuals, the chart, and for myself, the chart was difficult to read, and seeing that it was the 381 increase. I think that this is a welcome change because the greater community will be able to convert their food scraps and their organic waste into renewable energy. And I am grateful for the changes and the technology that allows us to do this, and I'm looking forward to being able to use it as a resource in our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras, did you have anything to add, or we just take a call for the vote?
No, I think it's, it's unfortunate that we ever have to have any rate increases, but if we are going to, be following what our state law is and also doing what's right for the broader community, this is an increase, unfortunately, that we just have to take. But I am really excited to see how much our community food scraps are going to, generate some fuel. So that's exciting.
Okay, with that, City Clerk, have we received any additional protest letters? Oh, so who raised their hand? Oh, Deputy Mayor, sorry.
No problem. Thank you again so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the citizens know I have requested that EDCO come and give a presentation on the 6 different steps that we need to implement over the next few years in order to be in compliance with the state. So a lot like Councilmember Franklin said, mandates were issued in 2015, and by January 1st, 2022, we had to have this program going with new additional resources. So EDCO's worked with us fantastically, and they will be coming to give us a nice presentation so you guys will know exactly how it's going to go from point A to point B, C, D, all the way down the road. So thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for your time. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
I assume at some point there's going to be some nominal revenues generated, or at least cost savings to EDCO. I think they plan to burn the fuel that they create. Did the city of Vista receive some benefit of the calculation of the value of that fuel that's going to be created in our calculations?
My understanding is that EDCO using the consumables for their fuel has helped keep the rate down where it is, and they don't have to pay for fuel for their vehicles since they've retrofitted most of them. And I think that keeps the rate down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I would ask, I see no other council comments. I would ask if we have any other additional protest letters.
Yes, Mayor, received 4 letters this evening after the start of the meeting. Virginia Roberts, 221 Knoll Road. Jose Felipe Mendoza, 355 West Los Angeles Drive. Sheldon Brian Brown, 745 Carmel Circle. And Douglas Takeda, 363 Paseo Margarita. And those letters will be available tomorrow morning for your review.
Okay, okay, thank you. Then we have a motion by our deputy mayor and a second by Councilmember Melendez. Could you do a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Franklin.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Green.
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
Aye.
The item passes unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to our discussion items. And we have 2 discussion items this evening. The first one is an update on the implementation of the strategic plan to address homelessness. Housing Manager Sylvia Solis-Daniels will provide the staff report. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raised hand feature or pressing *9 now. The speakers will be called upon after the presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Sylvia. Is she here?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sylvia Solis-Daniels. I'm the Housing Program Manager, and today I will present discussion item 1, an update on the implementation of the strategic plan to address homelessness. As you are aware, at the March 10th, 2020 council meeting, the strategic plan to address homelessness, often referred to as the strategic plan, was designed to address homelessness through programs and practices that have been proven successful in other places, but are tailored for Vista. At that meeting, the plan was approved and adopted. This document was designed to be a living document that will require ongoing development and updates based on community need, funding, legislation, and outcomes. The plan utilizes a 3-pronged approach that blends services, resources, and enforcement to address the primary goals of preventing homelessness, improving quality of life, and reducing homelessness. Today, I will present on the current activities accomplished in the last 6 months of the active programs and services in progress in the strategic plan, and I will present on each activity in the plan, and following my presentation, I will welcome discussion and questions for each item at the end of the presentation. Next slide. To provide you with some history of the plan development, I've outlined 3 critical dates to keep in mind for the discussion. On March 6, 2018, Council identified top priority goals to consider for the next 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 18-19 and 19-20. At that time, developing a strategic plan to address homelessness was identified as a top priority. Over the next 24 months, staff and a contractor worked with the community and various stakeholders to host 25 public meetings with the community, business groups, public workshops, service providers, council members, all to get feedback and understand public concerns, identify resources, and develop the strategic plan with feedback from council and constituents in the process. On March 10th, 2020, the strategic plan was adopted. And on August 11th, 2020, most recently, Council approved the current contracts that we'll be discussing with 3 service providers, as well as a budget adjustment for the strategic plan. Next slide. The Homeless Prevention Pilot Program is currently in progress through a contract with North County Lifeline to provide funds and case management, as well as financial literacy for participants. The program has provided $72,273 in homeless prevention funds to 22 households totaling 80 Vista residents, supported with homeless prevention funds. The program is open and accepting clients and has a remaining balance of $164,000, which will continue to provide stabilization services for near homeless families and individuals in Vista. The county has concurrently offered an emergency rental assistance program with higher amounts of funding, which has impacted the number of clients who are seeking local assistance. For the current round of emergency rental assistance for the county, over 800 Vista families or applications have been submitted to the county. Next slide. The city initiated a one-year contract with Exodus Recovery in August 2020 for a full-time social worker with flex funds. This contract hired a social worker who is conducting outreach and case management for Vista's homeless community. This social worker has worked in close coordination with several city staff, strategic plan partners, and community partners to provide outreach and case management services for Vista's homeless community. The social worker assists clients in assessing basic needs, making relevant referrals and linkages to the community and various resources. Additionally, the social worker is completing vulnerability indexes in the field, which are service prioritization decision assistance tools, often referred to as VISPDAT. These VISPDAT tools have matched individuals to housing programs in San Diego County's coordinated entry system. And in the last 6 months, the social worker has engaged 122 unduplicated individuals and has successfully connected 12 to 14% of them to shelter. Next slide. The city also initiated a one-year contract with the Alliance for Regional Solutions, also known as ARS, in August 2020 to secure shelter beds. The ARS is a regional network of shelters and nonprofit organizations supporting the homeless community. The contract is prioritizing up to 10 shelter beds per night in the Alliance's low barrier shelters for Vista's homeless community. The shelters include Haven House, which is pictured on the top right with the bunks and is located in Escondido. And then La Posada, which is pictured on the bottom, which is located in Carlsbad. A total of 24 homeless individuals from Vista have been placed in shelters, staying for a total of 790 nights. In the first quarter of the contract, we did have a limited number of referrals into the shelters due to the onboarding timeline when the Exodus contract started and a social worker was hired, and also when we started the contract with the with ARS. Additionally, a COVID outbreak at one of the shelters also limited the number of shelter spaces available. And in response to the low outcomes of the first quarter, the Alliance is extending the contract at no additional cost for 6 additional weeks. Next slide. Encampment cleanups. The city has improved the process to address homeless encampments by coordinating efforts with the social worker, the COPS unit, the Public Works Department. Our social worker assists code staff with direct outreach to individuals located at encampments. The social worker offers a shelter bed for every individual she encounters at every encounter she has with them. Over the last 6 months, a total of 49 homeless encampments were reported to code enforcement, and 33 of those reported encampments have been addressed and cleaned. The Public Works Department has strengthened collaboration with the Code Enforcement Division and the Sheriff's Department to enforce environmental protection of the Biological Preserve Overlay, often referred to as BPO areas throughout the city. There has been a targeted monitoring of BPOs that happens 1 to 2 times per week to ensure sites remain clean and prevent larger, more costly cleanups. That oversight is provided by our code enforcement officers, our Public Works Department, as well as the Sheriff's Department, and they rotate. Over the last 6 months, 23.4 tons of trash has been collected from the BPO areas along Hacienda Drive, Vale Terrace, Brangle Terrace Park, and various drainage channels throughout the city. Next slide. Our home share coordination services. The city initiated a 2-year contract with Elder Help of San Diego in late November. This contract began their outreach and education services for home share program. This program focuses on matching people seeking affordable housing options with home providers And the target audience is primarily older adults who wish to continue living in their homes and communities. Elder Help has begun conducting outreach and education to various Vista organizations. Their focus over the last quarter has been presenting to local groups, promoting their services on social media and in print media. In-person outreach services will be scheduled on-site at the Gloria McClellan Adult Activity Center when the county health and safety restrictions are removed for face-to-face activities for the target population. At this time, there are no matches. However, matching clients with housing through their service does require several months of outreach to build their pool of eligible homes and tenants. To date, Elder Help has conducted 23 outreach presentations to local community groups and 33 local service providers, including congregations, civic groups. They've contacted them to provide information and just share information about and introduce Elder Help to the greater community. Next slide. Legislative advocacy. Staff continues to monitor state, federal, and local funding opportunities in alignment with the strategic plan to address homelessness. In February, the city was awarded $480,000 in permanent local housing allocation funds, PLHA. This program will support programs within the strategic plan that we're discussing. In March 2020, the city was awarded $500,000 in local early action planning funds. This fund will support activities that are related to increasing the production of housing. And state legislation has been heavily focused on addressing COVID-19 pandemic response, but as restrictions ease and the need for an immediate pandemic response dissipates, the city will revisit a collaboration with other cities to pool resources to support legislative and ballot initiative challenges to address homelessness. The city does continue to monitor Assembly and Senate bills in the current session, including several bills addressing homelessness. If council wants this process to move faster, one alternative could be to contract with a private nonprofit organization to engage and collaborate on behalf of the city with other jurisdictions to advocate for systemic changes concerning homelessness. Next slide. The task force includes city staff from code enforcement, public works, fire, stormwater, recreation, community services, building and planning, economic development, city attorney, housing, and the city manager's office. In addition to that, we include our community partner, our Exodus social worker, and members of the Vista Sheriff's Community Policing and Problem Solving Team, the COPS unit. The task force meets monthly to discuss how each division uniquely addresses homelessness and identifies opportunities to collaborate with information, strategize, and initiate cross-departmental and/or cross-agency deployment of resources. The task force collectively works to improve internal and external communication on addressing homelessness, and we've also updated the city's website to provide frequently asked questions specifically on homelessness. We've updated the city's mobile application, Access Vista, to provide a resource for the public to report homeless encampments. We've also published an article in the city's spring edition of the Our Vista magazine on how we are currently addressing homelessness. The task force is also developing additional messaging materials to further inform the community on our efforts to address homelessness. And finally, I will note that the historic daytime, our downtown daytime outreach program was not recommended for implementation at the time of adopting the strategic plan in March of last year. It was recommended to be placed on hold until the social worker has reviewed the program after 1 year of plan implementation. And the social worker and Exodus are currently reviewing this option to make a recommendation, and will include that recommendation in future reports following the 1 year of the strategic plan in progress. This concludes my presentation of item D1. I'd now like to get each item, or go back to each item, and welcome discussion and questions on each item individually.
And Mayor, I'm not sure if you want to take public comment at this time prior to discussing each item.
Is that okay with everyone if we take public comments first? I see everybody shaking their head okay? Okay, so do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have several individuals. The first is going to be Christine Howd. Go ahead, Christine. Christine, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
There you go. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. I am a resident of Vista. I was absolutely heartbroken and devastated to learn of the huge number of homeless encampments that we have. And I found myself wondering why we didn't somehow manage to appropriate buildings like, or places like that old Fresh and Easy store that has been empty for years, that could be easily outfitted to provide shelter temporarily or maybe even permanently for the homeless. That is not the only place in Vista that is like that. I think the Burlington Coat Factory, it has been standing empty for a while, but the Fresh and Easy store I know has been empty mostly for years. And my gosh, that was really all I wanted to say, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, the next is Holly Herring. Go ahead, Holly.
Hello there, I'm Holly Herring. I live in District 3. And this strategic plan, I feel needs some revisiting. And I'm glad that you stated that it's a living document, because I really feel, and especially after this pandemic, that we should re-examine this and look at some other ideas. And there are things like cleaning up these encampments. It doesn't actually resolve homelessness. We may be cleaning some things and removing some trash and making things less sightly and perhaps creating better hygiene. But we're not actually resolving homelessness. We're moving people around in kind of an expensive way. We're just spending a lot of money for cleanup in public works, and the people are going to move. It's not like they are no longer homeless. So while I appreciate the cleaning up, we actually need to do more for the people who are there with all their belongings. And the other thing is, we don't have a low barrier shelter option in our city. We've paid money for priority in existing shelter beds, but when 3/4 of homelessness is single males and we don't have a single male shelter option in our city, are we really trying to resolve the visible homelessness that we see? We need to open something up, and low barrier is going to have to be an option that we need to really look at with some serious consideration, because if these are the people you want off the street, we have to have an option for them, whether we disagree with whatever is going on with in their lives or not. If we want to serve people and help them, we have to look at the options that are going to be actually available to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anthony White. Go ahead, Anthony.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony White, community member here in Vista for years and years now, and a formerly homeless member in North County. I'm a part of the HEAL network, which is the Homeless Experience Advocacy and Leadership Network. Some of you may be familiar with what we do, but essentially we bring together those with lived experience of homelessness, either currently or formerly, and try to introduce their experience and what they've been through into the public discourse in situations exactly like this, where we try to have their input weighed. And so first off, I want to applaud Vista for taking the steps to implement a plan to address homelessness, because obviously it's a situation that's not going to go away. But specifically when we look at things like the task force, my recommendation would be that we make it more inclusive in the with members that have the lived experience, that we bring those people on board, again, in a discussion, platform where they can weigh in on whether, specific things may or may not be beneficial or some of the best practices to implement based on their personal experiences. In addition to that, I just wanted to say that, there are other solutions that we can possibly look at as well, because not all individuals are currently suffering, from chronic or extreme homelessness where they're on the streets. A lot of people are, living in their vehicles, which is the situation I was in, where I lived in my truck for about a year in the North County. The biggest obstacle I ran into was not having a safe place to park my car at night, and so that's something that I think that, as mentioned before, there's a lot of property in Vista that can be implemented, a lot of organizations that can be approached, as we've seen an example in Encinitas recently, in collaboration with Jewish Family Services, to offer a safe place for those that aren't suffering the extreme ends of homelessness, but are one, ticket, one tow, one bad day away from losing that vehicle and then ending up on the streets. So getting them that further point of contact for resources, I think, would be essential. There were other, points mentioned that, the low barrier and the single adult men being, a large proportion.
Time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is Rachel Beld. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Rachel Beld. I'm the CEO of the Vista Chamber of Commerce, and I wanted to thank staff for this update tonight. There's a lot of really good work happening and some additional things needed. I'd like to specifically ask for the council, and I know that Ms. Daniels mentioned that there would be a recommendation regarding the downtown implementation piece. Businesses within the downtown area would definitely like to see that move forward more quickly. There are some needs in the downtown that we see, and so I'd like to ask for that. And I'll keep my comments brief. I know there are a number of speakers. Thank you again for this update.
Thank you. Next is Jim Riggenbach. Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you for the update. I really appreciate it. And I like the gentleman's idea about expanding the task force. I think that's super important. And I would also like to hear more about how Vista is working with other North County cities, because it really seems like a regional problem. But that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That completes oral comments on this item. We'll go ahead and close the opportunity to speak at this time.
Councilmember Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to address, because we heard it from two different speakers, the issue of low barrier shelter. I've taken the time to visit both Haven House and La Posada. Both of those shelters are low barrier. No one is held to any standard as far as drug use. The behavior has to be, the behavior has to be acceptable communal behavior. But as long as individuals are not exhibiting any behavior types that are dangerous or threatening to other occupants, then there is no barrier. Haven House does accept women. La Posada does not. One of the things I've been asking, and I appreciate our city manager has been updating us at every meeting about the availability of shelter beds. I know that we're all interested to know that we have a sufficient supply of beds that are needed, as well as we want to know that the beds that we're investing in are being used. I think the concern has been rightly raised that we need to examine the question of whether or not we have sufficient shelter beds available for women. We've recently invested in beds for men, which was something that until about approximately a year ago, we did not have. We still have a major program with Operation Hope, which does take women and families. So I want to point that out, that that's also a resource that the city of Vista is invested in. So as we have been rapidly building our strategic plan to address homelessness, we have been addressing as many of the needs and concerns that have been raised as quickly as possible. But I do want to continually try to communicate where there are misperceptions that exist. And I know one or two other members of the council have visited the shelters that we're investing in. I hope that you'll all take the time to do that. One of the comments that was raised by one of my constituents was, if so many people are rejecting going to the shelter must be really a horrible place that nobody would want to go. I can tell you, for those of you who visited La Posada in really on the southern cusp of the city of Vista, just outside the city next to the police station in Carlsbad, that is an incredibly impressive facility. It is extremely clean. It is extremely new. There's a fabulous kitchen there, a wonderful staff. It is frankly quite an inviting place for those who are in need of help, and certainly somewhere that I personally, if I was in need, would feel comfortable reaching out and taking advantage of the services, because it is very clean and modern, and it's a good place. I know that our social worker, Emily, was not available to be with us tonight, I think due to maybe she wasn't feeling well or something of that nature. I do want to make the request because she's somebody who we've spoken extensively about her work. I do want to make the request at this time that when she's up to it, as soon as possible, that she will come back and address the council and share with us what have been her personal experiences, because I think that that's very important. I think it's very important for us to hear from her personally. I think one of the other things that I really want to bring up is we've talked about doing some legislative advocacy that was part of the homeless master plan. What that has entailed so far, as staff reported tonight, has been monitoring the availability of grant programs. For those of you who have been looking at the problem, though there are literally an infinite number of categories and classes that you could define those individuals who are suffering from being homeless, there are effectively, and we see it all throughout the report, with generally about 75% being the average of those who are offered services, including housing, mental health, rehab services, and who decline those services. And this is the most significant problem that we face, is individuals who are suffering from, in many cases, long-term chronic homelessness, and they are offered services that they are not accepting. Governor Newsom and I don't agree on a great many things, but our state's governor has been advocating. He did so in his State of the State address and has given an address advocating for us to rethink and expand the use of conservatorship. Conservatorship is when a licensed clinician makes a finding that an individual lacks the ability to properly care for themselves, make proper decisions, and those individuals are adjudicated by a court of law and have the opportunity to have a hearing, but they have the court assign a conservatorship, and they're able to get the services that they need. The governor is recognizing, so is leaders like the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, has come out and praised the governor. I personally took the time to meet with our state assemblywoman, Tasha Borner-Horvath. I know many of you have spoken with her about these issues. I spoke to her specifically about the idea of conservatorships. She's, I don't know that she's at this time, decided to become a chief proponent of the idea, but she did seem to be supportive, and I would ask all of you to visit with her about this issue. But what I would ask is, because we did include legislative advocacy, we really need and this is my frustration, is so often when the people we represent, the people that live in Vista, when we talk about homelessness and we think about homelessness, we think about the people that we see as we go about our daily lives. We see people who are living on the streets, who are clearly in dire circumstances. And I think one of the great frustrations is that the majority of the funds that we are able to invest are actually going to a group of people who are suffering from homelessness, who are willing to accept services. And it's sort of by definition, if you're willing to accept the services, of course, the services are going to flow to those people who will accept them. But we have this great number of people who won't accept services, and they're suffering. They're suffering from severe mental illness. They're suffering from addiction to narcotic substances. And we truly need to reach out and help those individuals. So what I'm asking for is I'm asking for the council to move forward with an advocacy program where we support the governor's initiative and the initiative of leaders like Mayor Garcetti, and we move forward with a compassionate conservatorship advocacy in the state of California. What that program ultimately is going to look like is going to be up to our state lawmakers. They're the ones that have the power over that. But I think what's really important is, and I've begun an advocacy and outreach effort to visit with the families of those who are impacted by homelessness and to hear the stories of mothers and fathers whose children are living on our streets here in Vista, and those individuals whose families are suffering, but who lack the ability because of the construct of our system to get help for their family members. Those individuals are crying out for society to do something to help their family members. And what I'm asking is that we be part of an advocacy effort to help those individuals help their loved ones, and to help for people who are suffering from severe mental illness, to help bring those people to the services that they desperately need. So I hope we could have a conversation about that. And I hope you'll join Gavin Newsom and other leaders who are on the forefront of realizing that in order to truly solve the problem for some of those who are suffering the longest bouts of homelessness and are in some of the most dire circumstances, that this is a step that we need to take. So thank you very much for the time.
I see Deputy Mayor has his hand up, but I think that we're supposed to go back to Sylvia, wanting to go through each section. Do you want to speak, Deputy Mayor, before that, or can we go back to Sylvia and go through each section individually?
Councilwoman Contreras had her hand up first, actually, but yeah, Sylvia can go for go.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'm going to open up each item so we can address each specific topic to get clear direction on each item. So just in order of the presentation, the first activity within the strategic plan discussed was the social worker with flex funds. I welcome your discussion and comments at this time.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you okay if I go first, Councilman Contreras? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay, Madam Mayor?
Now I can hear you. I think for a minute I was gone, or you were gone.
Okay, cool. Well, I am back. The only thing that I wanted to mention as far as the social worker was the report that was provided to us is listed as Exhibit 5, page 17 through about 41 was a good report provided to us from Exodus Recovery Services. And on this particular report from our social worker, who I think is doing a fantastic job, by the way, page 27 and 37 were a couple pages that stuck out to me. And those were pages that actually had the list of the encampments throughout the city where we offered services. And page 37 had a list of the encampments and then the percentage of time those encampments were visited and offered services. One of the callers that called in spoke about the cleanup that we were doing. And I just wanted to make sure they know that there is a comprehensive report in our agenda packet. We obviously couldn't go over it. And I know that our social worker, wasn't here to give us the presentation, but we do offer services at all of those encampments that we clean out. We offer beds, we offer health services, dental services, whatever the social worker has available at that time. So page 27 and 37 of that particular report, I thought was amazing. So in regards to that particular item, that's my comment about the social worker. I definitely think we keep the social worker on. Any funds that we can get, as we spoke at the last council meeting, to maybe get another social worker to help her workload would be great. I think that the report provided and the information provided is crucial to our work with the homeless community here. And I know Councilmember Franklin reviewed the report and spoke about the percentage of homeless that actually accept services and deny services, and whether they're mental problems or PTSD or drug addiction issues. So the report was very comprehensive, and that social worker we hired, I feel like, was a fantastic use of our funds and a great use of our specific plan here. So there's my comment on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank staff, my coworkers on staff, and our social worker for putting together this presentation and giving us so much data. Specifically on the side of the social worker, I know that this was when we were first discussing it. We, some people on the council had some questions as to whether or not this would be an appropriate way to invest our money. But as we can see in this report, and I invite the public to go page by page, we have really been able to connect with a lot of individuals who are residents here at Vista. They're part of our community. They're our family members. They're our friends. They have family and friends here. And, you know, I'm so thankful for, you know, having someone that can be on the front lines that is appropriately trained to really start to connect with individuals that have been so enveloped in the trauma that it is to not have a home. It does take time. You know, when you're going through the statistics here and you're seeing, you know, a significant amount of individuals that have behavioral health issues and substance abuse disorder. And, you know, whether or not that's something that started off heightened at the beginning of their journey into houselessness, it is something that, you know, when you don't have shelter, becomes more and more acute. I want to say that we definitely need to keep our social worker here in the city of Vista. And, you know, this is a lot of outreach, and perhaps it is wise for us to have a discussion as to whether or not we need an additional social worker to help out. In visiting La Posada and Haven House, you know, one of the biggest concerns for me is not the facility, but it is the geographic disconnection from the city of Vista. These facilities are not in Vista, and our statistics would be much higher for individuals who accept help if we were to have something here in our city boundaries to address the residents that live here that need help. So I will always be an advocate from the beginning that we need to really, if we're going to address homelessness here in the city of Vista and take it seriously, we need to provide an option for these individuals to be housed here in the city of Vista. And I do believe that if we had the capability to house these individuals closer to where they have community, that we would have a higher success rate of these individuals being contacted by our social worker and taking the services. So that is just what I want to report for this section, that I hear comments after investigating and asking questions of my own of the two facilities, that we do have individuals that say we don't want to leave Vista. And we're leaving them behind by not providing them an option here. That's all my comments for this section. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to start by saying thank you to staff for putting together such a comprehensive report on the implementation of this strategic plan. I also want to just express my praise, my gratitude for our social worker, Emily, who unfortunately I have not had the pleasure to meet in any capacity at this point, but I did get a great opportunity this past Friday to shadow her supervisor of Exodus Recovery and go to visit two homeless encampment sites here in District 3. And it was incredible to see the individuals experiencing homelessness, the rapport that they had with Emily, the engagement that they had with her when we were following up with those individuals, asking them how they were doing, if they needed to be connected to services. Several of them had case management plans. They were working, either with Whole Person Wellness or with Emily or perhaps with another service provider. And they were able to received services, and they were getting consistent engagement, not only from our social worker, but also from the COPS unit, and also from code enforcement and other service providers as well. So I just want to start by saying that the function of our social worker that we have in the city of Vista has been an incredible asset to this plan. I think it's the biggest strength of this strategic plan to address homelessness, because she is providing that bridge between the individuals that are experiencing this trauma and the resources that we do have available in our community. So in regards to those resources, I know that we have several other topics that we want to discuss, but I think that one of the things that we have to recognize is that she has a very large caseload at this time. And so if there is an opportunity, perhaps using PLHA funds to add an additional social worker, or perhaps a housing navigator or another individual that could supplement her services, I think that would only enhance, right, the service ability that she has. One of the other concerns that came up was that the county is also going to be voting on potentially 10 social workers to be distributed and working and serving in North County. And so I'm not sure exactly how that would affect Vista, what resources would be specifically allocated to Vista. But I think that the more, if we could enhance our ability to provide these kinds of linkages and these kinds of services, that would be really helpful. So I would say that Emily is doing an incredible job. When I did go visit the encampment sites, although I didn't get a chance to connect with her and shadow her, I was able to meet with some of the individuals that she's working with and shadow her supervisor that provides a similar type of care. And echoing the comments of Councilmember Contreras, there is a concern for shelter in Vista. I know that many people have barriers that they express when there is a shelter options that are presented to them. They express issues with transportation. They may be able to problem solve that through a day pass, a bus pass. They express hesitancy regarding just the location in Escondido, that it's not favorable to them because of their lived experience, that they've had experienced trauma or difficult times there. There have been individuals who've expressed that Vista is their home and they want to stay in Vista. And so witnessing the work of the social workers that are in Vista and working with our COPS unit, and in seeing the report and all the linkages that she's provided, and in visiting the sites where Emily really is boots on the ground in those sites, I have seen that there is a community. And even though it's not zoned as a neighborhood, or it's not appropriate for a neighborhood in a proper sense, it has become a neighborhood and has become a community. So that's something that I'm keeping in mind when I'm looking at what are the ways that we as a body can help curate the resources for Emily and potentially other social workers to provide that bridge over to those resources. The folks in these encampments, they are forming communities. And Emily is doing an incredible job at providing trauma-informed care and appropriate resources based on what she has available. So those are some of my comments. I would really like to hire an additional social worker or ensure that county social workers would be able to specifically work with our population in Vista, and was very grateful for my encampment site visits that allowed me to speak with some of our neighbors, the individuals that are sleeping outside, because they gave a lot of insight about the resources available in Vista, that of course their main concern is housing, right? A lot of times when we talk about this strategic plan, when we discuss homelessness in the city of Vista, we do tend to focus on behavioral health. So that's, mental health, substance abuse, criminal behavior, even trauma, the elements that have maybe caused or facilitated these instances of homelessness, such as family trauma or domestic violence, or even if somebody is part of the LGBTQ community. So we do focus heavily on the behavioral health aspect. And unfortunately, I do not think that we discuss sufficiently housing, and how housing is an important topic of conversation that we have to discuss when we're discussing our strategic plan to address homelessness. For that reason, I would not be advocating for any sort of legislation, excuse me. I would not be advocating for any sort of conservatorship until we have, as a city, exhausted all our options and resources to reduce those kinds of barriers. So Emily's doing a really good job at going into the community, identifying the barriers for people. But while we do want to talk about behavioral health and mental health, until we also address the gaps in housing and shelter and reduce as many barriers as possible, I would not be advocating for any sort of conservatorship, at least in our city or statewide personally. So that's all my comments for our social worker aspect. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I might just jump in and add that we do have Emily's supervisor, Nolani Dizon, on with us as well, if the council does have any questions for her.
Okay, so should we go back to Sylvia again and start?
Madam Mayor, I wanted to.
Councilman Franklin would like to speak.
I just wanted to speak directly to the item at hand. I also strongly support our current social worker. I've spoken directly to Jim Desmond, our county supervisor, about the 10 social workers. And I've made the point with the county that, we're one of the few cities that stood up and invested in having a social worker. We deserve first crack because we put our money where our mouth is. We deserve first crack at one of those 10 social workers. So I would ask the council that we give the county time to find out whether or not we might benefit from those 10 social workers that are being hired, because I do think that we deserve to have some of those resources here in Vista, and I think we're probably likely to benefit from that. And I'd like to see us expand our social work outreach program in that way first, and then just generally, I wanted to say, 122 unduplicated individuals. I did have the chance to meet with Emily. She had indicated that she's met with some individuals as many as 20 times each. So she is not only 122 different individuals, but she has now made many hundreds of contacts and is really going above and beyond. And I too want to commend her work, and it is making a difference. It can be frustratingly slow work, but it is making a difference. I met individuals who were referred by her at La Posada, which I do want to point out is within walking distance of my neighborhood of South Vista. So at least for some residents, it is reachable by walking distance. But I do think the work that's being done by our social worker is impressive, and I do support continuing it.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we'll go back to Sylvia, because I'm not sure where we are in the list of things, but.
So we're still on social worker with flex funds unless we've received all comments and feedback.
I apologize, Madam Mayor, please.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Melendez brought up a question about the PLHA funds, and I know it's another topic, but it has to do with this social worker. There were $500K presented in LEAP funds and $408,000 presented in PLHA funds. In the event that the county doesn't allocate a social worker to us, or we don't have that worked out, are these funds able to be allocated for another social worker within our city, or do those funds have to come from a different pot?
We can utilize some of the PLHA funding for social worker. We cannot utilize that funding or the LEAP funding for social worker.
Okay, thank you for that. That was all.
So,
And I'm sorry, Deputy Green, Deputy Mayor Green, if I could just interject, we also do have the capability of using affordable housing funds in the strategic plan. We can use up to $250,000 for homelessness services, and that does include the social worker, and we have not started utilizing any of those funds.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's great to know that we have a lot of different sources to pull from to give our social workers some help. So that's really encouraging.
And Mayor, I might point out as well that from a staff perspective, we are working with the county and in touch with them and having meetings regarding the potential for the 10 social workers. And if it is approved, how they would integrate with Vista.
Okay. So then I'm guessing, Sylvia, we can go on to the next issue.
Yes, so the second item is the secure shelter beds. So I welcome comments and feedback regarding shelter beds.
I'm not seeing any comments on shelter beds. Oh, I see. Councilmember Contreras.
Yes, thank you. Well, in lieu of us not having any low barrier shelter beds available here within our city limits for our residents who are experiencing not having a home, I'm definitely in favor of keeping the allocated beds. 790 nights of shelter, that is a huge amount of nights that, when you're experiencing trauma, I just can't even imagine what it's like to try and figure out how to make it through the night after night after night. So this is definitely something that we need to continue to invest our funds. My concern is that, it's an extraordinary amount of money per bed. And at some point, we're going to rack up a large amount of money. I really do believe that, we need to do something here in the city of Vista. I've gotten emails from individuals here that live in the city of Vista. I've spoken to them one-on-one, and there are a lot of people that are our constituents that are expressing that we need to have something here in the city of Vista. When it comes to transportation, some of the questions that were asked and the answers received while touring Haven House and La Posada is that, if an individual, has a job, some of them are, working graveyard shifts. These locations are not necessarily close to where their jobs are. So, for me, walking distance, that's like a quarter mile or less, especially when we're looking at individuals that maybe have some sort of inability to walk too far. I know when I went to go visit La Posada, the parking was kind of full. So I had to park down the hill, and just walking up the hill, I got tired getting there. So I really do believe that it's just unacceptable to turn a blind eye to the individuals experiencing homelessness here in the city of Vista and saying, hey, you know what, you can go to some other city to get shelter. We need to do more, and we need to do it now. I know that, in previous discussions, there has not been a majority on this council that wants to take that responsibility. That, maybe you'll think it's an unpopular thing to do, but I'm here saying that we have a lot of people in the city of Vista that are advocating for this and for us to do the right thing and to have shelter here. I want to ask a question. How much have we spent on our shelter bed contract? And in a, 2-3 year period, what is that total amount? So that's a question that I have. just so we can have it for the public record.
The current shelter contract is an annual $200,000 contract.
Yeah, so I mean that quickly adds up, and at some point, you know, we're gonna be looking down, you know, a bill that is a significant amount of money that we could have used those funds to invest in shelter beds here in the city of Vista. So it's just really unacceptable that we're telling people to go to a different city for this type of shelter that they need right here in the city of Vista, where their community is, where, you know, their family members are. And, you know, one thing that I saw, I've done the point in time count now since 2019, and the data here from our social worker matches, you know, what I saw on the ground. We have a lot of individuals who identify as male that don't have shelters. So La Posada is an incredible resource. But again, if we were to have something within our city boundaries, I know for certain that we would have a higher success rate of people utilizing services. And maybe it still takes 3 or 4 times. We're trying to build trust with individuals who haven't had much success in their lives with the current system and obstacles before them. So we're trying to break, you know, some really traumatic cycles in individuals. But that concludes my comments for now.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too had the wonderful opportunity to visit our partners at both La Posada in Carlsbad and Haven House in Escondido. And Councilmember Contreras, who took the tour with me, and I remarked on how these facilities are very different, right? They're both, you know, low barrier shelters. They both use trauma-informed care, but they offer a different approach and different strengths, and obviously a different location to each of them. So I think that having these shelter beds as a resource, especially as our social worker and our COPS unit goes out and into the community and into the encampments, and using motivational interviewing, using, you know, consistent efforts to engage the community who is experiencing homelessness, trying to move them and encourage them in the direction of receiving shelter, that is an incredible asset to have. Some of the disadvantages, right, to contract these 10 beds is that the shelter beds are not available in the city of Vista. And the reason why that's important is because based on regional data and data from the city of Oceanside specifically, when somebody experiences homelessness and goes homeless in their community, they experience homelessness in their community. So if someone in the city of Vista experiences homelessness, they will experience homelessness in the city of Vista. And we see this with encampments. I want to recognize a caller that was referring to some of our encampment cleanups. And while it's absolutely essential that we do conduct these cleanups for the safety of the community, the safety of people who are in these encampments, and of course, the safety of our environment, what we do see, and what I saw in my encampment visits, was that there's simply displacement happening. So while individuals might move away from the encampment cleanup, you know, and they've been offered resources, right? They just kind of move on to another place, but they're still staying in Vista. And as someone who's provided social work services, I saw this in other cities too. I used to go out with the program that I worked with. I used to go out with Escondido Police Department and with the Oceanside Police Department. And when we go out and provide services, a lot of times it's the same folks, right, in Escondido. And then there's a different group of folks in Vista and a different group of folks in Oceanside, which is one of the reasons why it was so valuable for us to be able to hire a social worker so that it could really be specific to Vista. I think that that kind of approach needs to be extended to our shelter options. Having a shelter option in Vista so that somebody who is experiencing homelessness in Vista is able to receive those appropriate services. Because we want to have sufficient shelter beds, like Councilmember Franklin is referring to. We do want to have sufficient shelter beds, which I believe that we are providing at this time. But I don't know, and I don't believe if we are providing appropriate shelter options. We want to provide appropriate shelter options for people experiencing homelessness in the city of Vista. And I believe that would require us to have a shelter option in the city of Vista. And I think there's a lot of different ways that we can do that. Partnerships with other organizations that, you know, La Posada or Interfaith Community Services, Catholic Charities with La Posada, they provide really high quality, low barrier, meaning that if somebody is experiencing homelessness, there is little to no barrier to enter into a shelter and have a bed to sleep for that night. And that is an incredible resource for someone who's experiencing the trauma of sleeping outside. So being able to bring that resource to the city of Vista means that we've just taken away a huge barrier. So for example, when I was out in the encampment site visits, I did speak to several individuals who said that they wanted to receive shelter and they prefer to experience shelter in the city of Vista. You know, we can not take their word for it, but I will take their word for it because they are residents and neighbors in my community. And if that's what they're expressing to me, I take that really seriously. There's also other ways that we can provide shelter in the city of Vista. Other callers mentioned safe parking lots, right? It's a huge resource to have a vehicle. If you're experiencing homelessness and you have a vehicle, that is an asset. So how do we ensure that someone's able to maintain that asset for themselves and use it, right? And build upon their self-sufficiency so that they can have that mobility towards stability, right? And have a place that is safe to park, potentially a place where they can, use hygiene facilities, a place where they can eat, a place where they can prepare for work. We have a lot of people experiencing homelessness in our community that are working. And so providing appropriate shelter options isn't just, to ensure that people with the barrier of not wanting to go to Escondido because of bad blood or something, but it's also so that people can be close to their family, can be close to their church, can be close to where they go to their mental health or their behavioral health or drug and alcohol addiction program, right? There's a community here. So I would say having shelter in Vista, right, brick and mortar, safe parking is another form of shelter. And then also when we think about the encampments, I recognize them as a kind of community. They're not zoned for being a neighborhood, but they certainly become that, whether we like it or not. And so for those that are not interested in leaving that community, which we do see, right, people kind of move in groups. I, as a service provider, have experienced providing resources to someone and they've actually rejected them and gone back to live with their community because people have experienced these bonds of trauma with other people. And they've leaned on one another for survival. And so there's a community that's formed there. For the folks that are not interested in leaving that community, they're simply displaced into a different location during these cleanups. And, they might be provided shelter options, but this could be an opportunity for the city of Vista to look at the specific community of people who are encamping in Vista and chronically homeless in Vista, and see how we can meet the need of this specific community and house people in a collective way. I think that's why tiny homes or transitional housing can be very attractive because it allows people to be housed in a way that would retain that community and make it more effective, make that housing and shelter option more effective for them in the long run. So ultimately, I do want these shelter options, the use of our funds, to be effective. It can be disheartening, right, when someone rejects the shelter options that are available to them. But some of the ways that we can really reduce those barriers is by meeting people where they're at. We've done an incredible job with Emily, or Emily has done an incredible job, right? All power to her. She's done an incredible job at meeting people where they're at. And I think that our resources in the city of Vista, our brick and mortar, our material resources of shelter also need to meet people where they are at through the form of a brick and mortar shelter, beds in the city of Vista, safe parking, or some sort of, tiny community, some sort of maybe alternative provision that could capture the need of the community. So that's my thought on the shelter beds. I'm very grateful for what we have. I'm very grateful for the partners that we have in La Posada and Haven House. And I think that's all for now. Thank you so much.
I have Deputy Mayor Green, and I also have Councilmember Contreras. I don't know which one came first, so I guess I'll go.
Deputy Mayor did.
Pardon?
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Deputy Mayor first.
I apologize. I didn't even see my hand raised. You guys are good to go. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. I just want to, echo what Councilmember Melendez, her comments about safe parking. This is something that I originally advocated for, and there wasn't a majority supporting it. But, when we talk about our social worker and going out to the encampments, we're missing a huge population that, they are living in their vehicles, and their vehicles, their primary source of shelter. It is very difficult for someone to find a safe place to park. It's absolutely heartbreaking to know how many individuals are working and are in extreme poverty and can only afford to have a vehicle as their shelter. This is something that I feel like we should have had a majority a long time ago say yes to overnight parking. It's also another way, to be able to link these individuals to the resources. And now we have a social worker, who would be able to provide that linkage and get some more demographic information as well. So we can see who our most vulnerable are in the city of Vista. Right now, we're really touching upon those who are in the encampments. And I feel like we're missing a large portion of individuals who are in their vehicles. And even in the point in time count, that's not something, data that's really captured. But we do need to, look at some of these, lower cost options to really address some of the unsheltered residents that we have here in the city of Vista. So I just wanted to say that I am still and will always be in favor of overnight parking. It is providing a basic human right to our residents here just to have some shelter at night.
So seeing no more council members.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to make a comment about the shelter program. I do support the continued contract with both La Posada and Haven House. And I don't take issue at all with the idea that the shelter that is nearest to you is obviously, what's more convenient is going to be more readily consumable. So I don't take issue with that. Having visited both of those facilities, though, I can tell you that they're both located on parcels of land that are worth millions of dollars. They both have building improvements on their land that are worth millions of dollars. And even more important in getting to the heart of why it costs $20,000 per year per bed is both of those facilities offer some form, although Haven House admittedly has better on-site mental health services, but it really is the team of wraparound service providers, folks to help you apply for your identification, folks to help you obtain government benefits, military disabled veteran benefits that a lot of these individuals are entitled to. So it's all the wraparound services there. Having a commercial kitchen is an issue that Operation Hope reached out to a number of us about. The state and county enforced regulations not too long ago, about a year ago, that limited the ability to serve meals on volunteers bringing them in. So a commercial kitchen became a necessity for those offering shelters. So there are some major capital barriers, not the least of which is the appropriate parcel of land. So we've only just begun providing these low barrier shelter beds about I think it's been almost 2 years, or maybe it's been a year and a half. So it's a new approach that we're taking, and I think it's been successful so far. The fact that we do have beds for people to go to and are available tonight is a huge success. I've also visited with staff. We are making transportation available, whether that's through our social worker or through deputies or through the programs themselves. We are perfectly willing to facilitate transportation, and it's never ideal to have to depend on a ride, but transportation is a part of life, and so we are making that available. And so those are the thoughts I wanted to offer with regard to the shelter programs.
If you'll excuse me, I have one more question for staff. I apologize. When we were originally reviewing the strategic plan, there was a comment made by my coworkers on staff indicating that there are a significant amount of philanthropic dollars that would be put into action, into motion, if the city council had a majority to build a shelter here within the city limits. Is that something that, are those conversations still happening? I'm just curious to get an update on that. Are those offers still on the table?
I can go back to notes and staff to get additional feedback if any of those conversations continued. Amanda is on the line. She may be able to provide some historical reference for us.
Hi. Yes, during the development of the strategic plan, we were advised that there was various organizations that would be willing to provide capital funds to develop a shelter. I do believe that that's still an option. Staff has not pursued that because that was not direction that we were provided at the time. So I do believe that's an option. The setback, or where there would be hurdles for establishing a shelter, would not be in the capital cost. It would be the ongoing operational costs. So there has to be so many people, depending on how many beds you have so many case managers, you have intake, you have the admin, everything it takes to operate a shelter is where the funding comes in. And that's where Councilmember Franklin was mentioning about Operation Hope when they were coming into their operational setbacks and different regulations. So there are organizations such as the Regional Task Force, which is our community, our continuum of care that does have funding, but that's through grant opportunities where the shelter would have to apply for it. So there's no guarantee that we would receive that ongoing operational funding. So Vista does not have the financial capacity to fund an ongoing shelter. We would need partnerships with other organizations to be able to fund a shelter.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like finding partners in this probably isn't as big of a hurdle as we think. I mean, I personally, I know that there still might be a majority that's not in favor of creating shelter here in the city of Vista. However, I do think that we have a responsibility to the public to even just outline what it would cost, what it would look like, if we would need to address, zoning. I know that we have property here in the city of Vista that we own that, there's a building there, there's a parking lot, and it's not being utilized. So, I for one, I'm one of five, so I don't know if there's two other individuals on this council, but I would like to direct staff to at least outline what it would take for us to get to the point where we have a shelter, just even as a basic outline, so that we are showing the public that we're doing our due diligence and not just saying, hey, you know what, it seems impossible, so I don't really want to do it. We do absolutely have a responsibility to the public and to make sure that our taxpayer dollars are reinvested with the highest return of investment, which would be, being able to get partnerships together and have some kind of capacity in the city of Vista for low barrier. So I don't know if there's two other individuals that would be in favor of that, but I'm just going to put it out there. I am 100% in favor of at least my coworkers on staff creating a basic outline that would be presented to us in the future once, we review an update on the strategic plan again. That would kind of just at least be a more of a, hard fact document that we could refer to. Thank you.
Mayor Green.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Contreras and Councilmember Franklin and Madam Mayor for the time. I did have some questions, and I also wanted to offer a little insight as far as the shelter goes. It's my understanding, and I may be wrong, but the regional task force has spoken about, and I've heard, here and there that they may want to, look at maybe purchasing an old hotel and converting that into a shelter. And there are some old hotels throughout the city. Obviously, on a case-by-case basis, we would look at them. But maybe if they're in a high traffic area that wouldn't have a big impact, it's not going to be a lot of additional cars, or impact on the neighboring communities, depending on where it's zoned. That is something that I would definitely be willing to look into. There are a few of them. With that said, I'm not a big fan of overnight parking lots at different locations throughout the city. However, if we as a council could come up with an actual shelter location that the county, could work with and, perhaps convert a existing hotel that is in a, good area that makes sense for a shelter, I would be behind that. Seeming that we have a lot of local resources. There is a county jail in the area here. Having beds available in the city would help our sheriff's department, also our social worker and our community. Something I wanted to ask, though, is we currently get $200,000 per year. You said that's what we're allocating for shelter beds. That's $16,600 per month. I'm not really sure what that would break down to if we did have a facility in Vista, but are those $200,000 that we allocate for our shelter beds, have we earmarked those as continuous funds for an ongoing time? Or is this just like, hey, we only have those this year, next year that money's running out? Amanda, I think you have the answer to that.
I have the answer to that as well.
It does.
You may agree. We have those funds eligible for the next 5 years through PLHA.
Okay, and I know obviously, $200,000 times 5, it's only $1 million. We're not going to be able to build a, shelter with those type of funds. And I know the city individually can't afford to do that. But one of the callers called in and say, hey, these are regional issues. How are we collaborating with other cities? How are we collaborating with the county? And that regional task force is a great partner for us. And I believe they do have funding and they do get national funding for different types of, shelters and improvements. So I don't know how it looks. I am not a homeless specialist. I don't know how homeless facilities work or how they would be built per se, but I would like to just be on the record as a council member that says if there is a feasible homeless shelter that could be built, that's a low barrier shelter in the city of Vista that will have a low impact on surrounding residents, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't entertain receiving funding from an outside source to provide that resource for our community. And with that particular resource, we could look at what other type of wraparound services would be available in that location. Now, I do want to go on record as saying I have no particular location, but that's kind of what I'm reaching out for is, hey, people who do this, what is a location just like that? Something that is going to be a low impact on the community, but it's going to be a high impact on our homelessness community as far as the benefits. So where is something like that within the city that us as a council can agree on that's not going to adversely impact our community? If that exists in Vista, Councilwoman Contreras, Councilmember Franklin, Councilmember Melendez, and Mayor Ritter, I'm on record as saying I'm okay with that. And I think that our community would be okay with that because it is not adversely affecting anybody in those areas. So that's my take on it. And thank you, everybody, for your comments.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And this has been a really robust and effective discussion, everyone. I do want to say, based on my knowledge and my discussions with the Regional Task Force on the Homeless, there are funds available for low barrier shelter. I believe that due to Operation Hope's barriers to entry and some of their programmatic choices for their shelter program, that they are not eligible for certain funds through the Regional Task Force on the Homeless. They provide absolutely essential service to women and to families in the city of Vista. So I want to also consider, we do have a shelter in Vista, right? But there is a gap there. And part of the gap isn't just in the population that it meets, it's also in the funding that's available. So I would also throw my support behind Councilmember Contreras' suggestion that staff can provide an outline of the shelter possibilities, what it would take in terms of regional partnerships, in terms of location and of acquiring property that would allow us to have a physical shelter location in the city of Vista. I know that it is possible. I know that other cities don't use just their own funds to create shelters in their community. And I would like to look at those models and see how we could best provide an appropriate and effective and healthy and wonderful shelter option for our residents in the city of Vista. So I throw my support behind that comment as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm thinking, I think one of the problems with the Operation Hope was if they don't take, it's drug testing is the issue there, where the funding issue is, because they don't take people on drugs, and so then the state doesn't give them the money. Same thing with Solutions for Change. It's that. So I think it goes back to Sylvia again. Where are we, Sylvia?
This concludes shelter bed discussion item. I guess
Well, before we move on, I just wanted to offer one thought as we're having a discussion about building a shelter facility in Vista. And again, I'm willing to entertain the discussion, but I do want to point out that we've been asking staff to update us on the number of beds available. And we have not been able to get anywhere near consistently filling the shelter bed nights that we have contracted for. I think if we were consistently using the 10 beds that we have available to us, I think there would be a much stronger imperative to continue down the road of a discussion about how do we and where do we create more capacity. But throwing resources at a problem where we haven't demonstrated ability to consume those resources is not what I think of as an effective model for governance. I think we need to demonstrate that we have the ability to consume those resources and in fact max out the resources available to us at present before we look into major continuous outlays for capacity that there's not a demonstrated need for. We know the need exists. The reality is the report that we're receiving tonight demonstrates that 75% of those who are offered the service refuse to accept it. So until we get to the point where the 25% that will accept it exceeds the threshold of available beds, then I think we have to have a business discussion about whether or not we're purchasing capacity that we don't have takers for. And I think that's an important point that we can't overlook.
Councilmember Contreras, is that?
I just want to offer a comment. It is imperative, the city of Vista is a business. We're a corporate entity, and corporate entities, if they want to look down the road, they have to create at least a basic outline of, what the landscape looks like. So it is essential for us to look at the main way to address homelessness, which is someone having a shelter. So I really appreciate Deputy Mayor Green and Councilmember Melendez offering support to this idea that we should, at minimum, have some kind of outline of how to get there, if we can get there in the city of Vista. We have so many programs and partnerships that we could collaborate with. The County Board of Supervisors has shifted and directed, and they seem to be addressing, or at least paving a path to address some of these issues. that have been longstanding in our community in regards to our residents that do not have shelter. So I just really appreciate my colleagues, and this has been a great discussion.
Mayor, before we leave this subject, Deputy Mayor Green brought up purchasing a hotel, and I was hopeful that Ms. Daniels or Ms. Lee could talk about Project Room Key, if I have that right, and how that works and what that means.
Sure. Project Room Key was a funding opportunity to purchase motels. And we did do some initial just scoping to understand what that looked like, to understand the funding source. So that was a funding source that the state opened up following COVID.
Is that funding source closed now?
To my knowledge, yes, it has been closed. That particular source.
And it was to prevent and respond to COVID. Yes, it was for homelessness individuals, but there was a really short, limited time frame because it was money that they immediately wanted to get out. There are continuously different ongoing funding sources that are out there, and staff will be happy to research those and see if there's any other options available to provide maybe for a hotel or other services as well.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move forward. I believe staff has enough direction on shelter beds moving forward. The next item is encampment cleanup. I welcome comments and questions for this item.
Deputy Mayor.
I just want to thank you so much for this and also for the information that was in the staff report. Not only cleaning the encampments up, but also providing the wraparound services to the residents that were in those encampments, I think was a huge thing. I visited the Vista Conservancy this weekend. There was a big community service project out there. And not only were there 100 and some odd volunteers cleaning up the Conservancy, but there were a lot of community members walking up and down and enjoying the Conservancy. And we've worked really hard to find different locations for the homeless community that was in the Conservancy over there and offer them services. And it's a great example of the city working together with the homeless community and the surrounding neighbors to provide services and also bring something back to the citizens they can really enjoy. In addition, that biological overlay over off of Hacienda that you mentioned, they're visiting twice a week over there to keep clean. When I first got elected, that was a homeless encampment that I visited regularly with our cops team. And I know that you guys have done a lot of work over there. And again, it's an area that the citizens are able to enjoy because of the clean out of the encampments, and those who are living in the encampments were offered services or relocated to another area. So this is a great avenue for locating our homeless community who need needs, providing them with services, and also restoring balance to a community where you have the ability to walk your pets and jog in the morning on these trails that we work so hard to provide amenity-wise for our community. So as far as what I have to say on this, thank you. And thank you for being diligent about it, because as council members, these are the calls that we get. Are there people in need? They're in our community. They're building communities on the sides of the roads, next to parks. And what can we do to help them? And what can we do to get our neighborhoods back and usable? And what's that balance look like? So I really feel like the city's done a great job doing that. And I know that we're working hard. And the fact that we have those 13 encampments listed and we have the frequency that we're visiting those encampments, I hope that shows the community that we are a compassionate city, we are working hard, and we are allocating good resources to make change within the community. That's all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well said, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Contreras.
Just want to say this is an incredible directive that the city council has given. When we look at things like fires, right, that have occurred in encampments, when we're addressing not only the individuals that are in the encampment, but also some of the hazardous materials that are there, it is extremely important to be on top of that, cleaning it up, because, when there is a fire, first of all, we're getting to the point where if we are being proactive about our biological areas,
that have sensitive habitat, but that also have a lot of combustible dry wood. If we're being proactive in maintaining those areas, there's a lesser probability that there's going to be some kind of a fire there. And then when there is a fire, there are other hazards to our firefighters, whether it is, human excrement, whether it is some of the, a tank of propane that could be, exploded. And on the other side too, right? And I've said this before, Vista, we're kind of at the top of the watershed here. So we have to be extra responsible for the water that flows through our city and that eventually makes it out to the ocean. So it's an incredible amount of work that has been put into maintaining our resources for the community to ensure that there is a healthy open space. And if we've seen anything during these times of COVID, is that we really have an incredible city that we can, actually exercise outside, that we have trails. So the fact that we've been expanding those services for our residents as our city grows is essential. So I just really want to thank all my coworkers on staff and the entire council for, really being on top of keeping these areas as pristine as possible. And as Deputy Mayor Green said, being able to take these wraparound services directly to our residents that have been impacted by not having shelter is absolutely paramount in our ability to mitigate the vulnerability that happens when you don't have a roof over your head.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding encampment cleanup, I just want to say a big thank you to city staff and all those who put in the efforts to conduct these cleanups. I know that it is a very rigorous process and it has to be done consistently. The protection of our environment and the beautification of our city is so important to our quality of life. And so that's why these encampment cleanups have to happen. We know that displacement does occur where individuals who have created this camp, once they're displaced, they may go to a nearby location. But the good thing is that we are, as the public can see here, our city council is working on problem solving, on trying to find solutions. And, that's why all these discussions are happening, is because we're trying to find solutions in a dignified way to ensure that our community is safe and clean for everybody. And that if somebody does not have access to a safe and clean living environment, that they can be pointed in the right direction and be given opportunities towards that dignity. So I think that kind of going back to one of my comments earlier, these encampments are communities. And so one of the things that I've seen is when there is kind of this really kind of toxic environment in an encampment community and people are having high behavioral health issues such as substance abuse or mental health, you do see a lot of bad behavior of, trash and human excrement and just challenges that really indicate poor well-being. But on the flip side, when people are in a state of wellness, they take pride in their community, right? And we want to see that throughout our community. We want to see people throwing away their trash. We want to see people taking a respectful view of their environment. And so the more that we lead by example as a city and provide that kind of environment for people, the more pride that people are going to take in it. One of the gentlemen that I had the chance to meet during my encampment visit, he understood that I was there, right, as an official capacity as a council member. He made some comments, saying that, the mayor might not like the trash, right? And making comments kind of indicating a sense of shame, right, in his environment. I think that for me was really important to know, right? These environments do not indicate well-being. And so what we're trying to do as a council is establish alternatives for people and curate resources so that well-being can be a possibility, because no one wants to be in this kind of environment. Does it happen? It does, right? And it's similar to a cycle of abuse where it can be very difficult to get out of. But the more that we create alternatives and the more we're consistent with this kind of work, the better our community will be. So thank you to staff for just putting in such a great effort to maintain this. And I just appreciate this so much. Thank you.
So seeing no more.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know if my hand's visible against my light background there. I just wanted to echo really everything that all of my colleagues have said. I strongly support the cleanups. I hear frequently from constituents who are concerned about the cleanliness of our city. As my colleagues have said, those of us who visited the encampments know that they are filled in often cases with, large mounds of bottles filled with urine and a lot of biohazardous contaminants. And a lot of these areas are sensitive biological preserves. They were set aside specifically as biological preserves for sensitive habitat. And so our obligation to clean them, to keep these areas clean, sanitary, not only for all of our residents, but especially for anyone who is traversing these areas is a key priority for us. So yeah, I strongly support the cleanups.
Okay, so then seeing that I'll give it back to Sylvia.
Great. Thank you. I believe staff has enough direction to move forward with encampment cleanups. The next item is the home share coordination service. The slide will be up for 15 seconds and then we'll close, but we welcome comments or questions at this point.
Could I just ask you to remind us the number of individuals that have been served and the cost?
Sure. This program is still in the outreach and education phase, and the total contract for the elder help contract is it's about $30,000 annually.
This is a program that got a late start due to COVID, and it's just now starting with virtual interviews and partnering.
And due to, as City Manager Johnson has stated, that there is due to the COVID restrictions and the vulnerable population that is being assisted, they have not engaged in actual one-on-ones, and that is a placement requirement that they actually go to the house and ensure that it is an appropriate connection and placement. And I don't know if Sylvia wanted to expand a little bit further on that. So we actually do not have a grouping of individuals that have actually been assisted yet, but they are outreaching, getting clients of who's interested both on housing, providing the housing opportunities, and also those who are interested in being placed as well.
Yes, just to echo some of that, this is one of the items that was identified as our prevention services. So the target audience is not the same throughout our strategic plan. These are primarily looking at older adults who want to stay in their home, but also providing rental opportunities for people who are in need of affordable housing options. So it falls into the plan as a prevention piece. And the success of this program does rely on this unique matching of the right fit for the homeowner and the right fit for the tenant. The provider has stated to us that it does typically take a while to develop that pool of home providers and tenants. But once successful, they do have a very high average of the amount of time that a resident would stay within that same unit.
And due to the extensive time to actually onboard and get this program off the ground, that's the reason why it's a 24-month contract versus our other contracts are all on a one-year basis.
So I have Councilmember Contreras followed by Councilmember Melendez.
You know, I'm a little sad with this program. I know that I got a late start because of COVID, but I was hoping that we would have some good news as far as, you know, something happening with it. So I do have a little bit of a concern with it. It's not an extraordinary amount of money, and I understand that it takes time. I feel like just as the Alliance extended the contract due to COVID, I feel like there should be some kind of extension of our 24 months with this one due to, you know, the inability to get started right away. But I'm willing to, you know, move forward with it and hopefully at the end, near the end of our contract, we can have, you know, some kind of update on it that's a positive one. But it's pretty much all my comments for right now.
Ms. Daniels, while there was inactivity due to COVID and the program being able to start up, were we paying elder care at that time?
No, we did not start paying elder care or elder help until December. December was their first month of billing.
That's a little bit better. Okay, thanks.
But part of their model, even outside of COVID, they do preface all of their work that it does take time to build that community of homeowners because it is a very unique ask to open up your home to rent a space. Some of the rental agreements are a work share agreement. They're not all traditional financial interactions. So it is a very unique placement service that will fill a need for folks that are looking for affordable housing options.
Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that this program in and of itself is a good program. I like the idea of cohabiting, right? Typically, our older generation who are property owners, right, or who have residences or units that they can share with someone who would be in need of affordable housing option, and that they would be able to rent from the housing provider, you know, a lesser rent because it is cohabiting or because they're providing some sort of service such as, you know, taking care of things around the home or other care tasks. So in and of itself, I think that it you know, kind of addresses a lot of different quality of life issues, right? And can help bring together intergenerational solutions that can be very helpful in our community, especially as we see our population aging and we see younger generations having a hard time affording housing. This component is to address the prevention aspect, and it does so by nature of being a form of affordable housing through the programmatic element of somebody's providing housing at what would be a reduced cost because someone's providing services or they're cohabiting together. But saying that this is the only affordable housing component in our strategic plan, I am concerned because I believe that there are other means of supplying affordable housing in the city of Vista that would be more effective, where we could actually help supply more units of affordable housing if we had, for example, inclusionary housing requirements in the city of Vista. As many of you know, I am an advocate of affordable housing. So affordable housing can take on many forms. It can look like this elder help housing collaboration that can provide a creative solution and a collaborative solution for affordable housing. But I have seen evidence of other cities being able to use inclusionary housing requirements to actually curate affordable housing units in a sustainable and integrated way. So that would be my comment. Since this is the only affordable housing element in the strategic plan, and we know that affordable housing helps to prevent homelessness because people have a place to live that they can afford. Therefore, if they are experiencing a job loss or a reduction in pay or other life circumstance that would cause them to miss rent or something like that, they're not as likely to experience homelessness. But since this is the only affordable housing component, I am concerned, and I would like to see us expand our ability to provide and supply affordable housing in the strategic plan, whether that be through the production of affordable housing or inclusionary housing requirements.
Councilmember Franklin.
Thank you. I do think it's important that we remember that there are seniors in our community that are also experiencing homelessness. And so this program that is specially tailored to meet the needs of seniors, I think is important. I don't believe that we could provide probably a single housing unit for a single year for one individual for the cost of this program. So I think there's, obviously we can't fault the fact that COVID intervened in our ability to deploy the program. So I certainly want to see them have the coming year to for the program to blossom into its full effect. And I would hope that this concept would prove itself in such a way that it might be a benefit even beyond seniors. As we talk about affordable housing and we think about the cost to rent a market rate apartment, one of the things that's often forgotten is if we were to all go on Craigslist tonight, and I've done it several times, and I promise you, if you go right now, there are rooms available to rent. And, it's for many people, I certainly, for almost a decade of my life, I had a roommate because it was the way that it was affordable for me to have a place to live. And so, I think we need to explore those options. The great thing about this program is it provides a framework to ensure suitability of roommates and also to have follow-up and to have some services that are offered to those who may be in need. So while obviously home share or having a roommate is not an appropriate solution for all persons that are suffering housing insecurity or homelessness, it is a great option for many who need a more affordable option for secure housing. So I do hope that we'll continue to explore this.
Okay, so I think we'll throw back to Sylvia and see what, you have enough information on that item?
We do, Mayor. The next item is legislative advocacy. And we welcome your discussion and comments on this item at this point.
The Councilmember Franklin has his hand up again, so we'll start there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to double back. I know that we're not all familiar with the governor's proposal, but I keep reminding my colleagues that this is something that our state's governor is behind and many leaders in both parties. It's not a partisan issue. It is a function of the fact that we have got individuals who are, even if it was, next door to them, they wouldn't accept it, the help that we're offering. We need to recognize, having visited the encampments, while we talk about the community that exists there, and yes, there is a community, people develop friendships and relationships. There are also people that are being victimized by savage crime. There's a woman that I met when I was touring the encampments who the deputies told me is constantly raped in the encampments. So we need to understand the fact that this is not a place for people to live. And we need to have a compassion in our heart that says that this is not a way for any other human being to survive. It is our obligation to our fellow human beings to pick them up when they cannot pick themselves up. And that means that for those who are suffering from severe mental illness that's diagnosable and go through an adjudicative court process, we need better options to help these individuals to get into a secure housing situation where their nutrition needs are met, where their health needs are met, where their mental health needs are met. This is something that's being massively overlooked. And I am grateful that the governor and people like the mayor of Los Angeles are finally speaking up on this. It's something I've been speaking up on for years now. So I hope that all of you would do some research on this question and join me in calling for those who are truly the least and most vulnerable in our society, who are being victimized in these encampments and victimized by mental disease that they are themselves unable to help themselves solve. This is a moral imperative for us to proceed and to advocate for these individuals to receive the help that they desperately need, whether or not they are in a state of mental health which allows them to understand that they need the help. It's a moral imperative, and I really hope that you'll all take the time to get educated on it and give us your opinion on it, because it is not a partisan issue, but it is a moral issue, and I think it's one that demands for all of us to speak out on. So I appreciate your thoughts on that.
I agree with you, Councilmember Franklin. I'm going to turn that over to Councilmember Contreras, followed by Deputy Mayor Green.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, we really need to advocate to our Board of Supervisors, which for a long time was withholding a lot of taxpayer money to help mitigate and reduce some of the issues with behavioral health and with homelessness. And it seems that there has been a turn in the members that comprise the board, in that they do want to start looking at solutions. So, we have a lot of money here in our own backyard that desperately needs to be invested in the community in a proper way. So for me, that is absolutely a crucial component of governmental advocacy, is to go directly to our supervisors here in the county and really push for those dollars to be invested in prevention, in mitigation and intervention. It's incredible how quickly the Board of Supervisors has pivoted towards recognizing the issues and creating a plan to address it. And I think right now is a critical time for our city to be pushing on them to do the right thing. As far as looking at any conservative way to administer by force, I definitely see the need with individuals that are so there's some individuals in our community that are always going to need help for their entire life. And how do we address that in an appropriate manner? We have an unfortunate history where, the way that people were being treated was such that we could not continue down that direction. So it's one that I'm just not sure. I definitely will continue to read up on it. But I think that as far as a time frame goes, we're probably going to see a quicker turnover in action if we focus a lot of our efforts on the Board of Supervisors. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. my hand down here. All right, so from a legislative platform standpoint, I don't think that any of our council members would disagree that helping the most vulnerable and underserved in our community is one of our biggest jobs here as council members in the city of Vista. Any nonpartisan legislative platform that would help with secure housing, health, behavioral health, mental health, social services, prevention, mitigation, intervention, any type of nonpartisan legislative policy like that, I'm 100% behind. I mean, I think that any type of funding that we can get behind, whether it's at the county supervisor level or the state level, that as a council, as a body, we should definitely be able to agree on that particular platform that, hey, regardless of who's giving us the money, if it's going to help our citizens out, we're going to be able to provide secure housing or health resources or mental health resources or, like Councilman Contreras said, prevention, mitigation, intervention. I mean, those are all things that require funding. So if we had an across-the-board legislative policy that says, as a council, we are dedicated to helping that most vulnerable and, most underserved, like Councilmember Franklin said, I'm 100% behind that. There's nothing wrong with that being part of our legislative platform. It doesn't have to go into specifics of, how we do it. It can just say, as a council and as a body, we have a heart and we have a compassion for that community. And if any funding is available, our staff does not need to ask permission. If it's going to help procure housing, procure health services, mental health services, and their grants from whether it's our county supervisors or state elected officials or even, federally elected officials, please know, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I hope my council's concerned, we accept that for those items. Now, if any specific, strings come attached to it that are going to cause political divisiveness, obviously that's something that would need to be, provided on a case-by-case basis. But the things you're simply talking about here are human rights and human, livability standards that as a council, we need to be able to provide and accept without quarrel amongst ourselves. So I personally support a legislative platform that would welcomely accept secure housing for any of our residents, any type of health benefits, any type of mental health services, prevention, mitigation, intervention for helping our most vulnerable and underserved in our community. So that's where I would be at with my legislative platform when it comes to homelessness, not necessarily on either side. I'm not advocating for any type of high barrier or low barrier. I'll take funding for any type of barrier. And I know we have other organizations in our city that serve very specific needs, but we don't have organizations that serve other needs. So that's where I'm at from a legislative platform. I don't think it's partisan, like Councilmember Franklin said. I think it is a people issue, it is a citizen issue, and it is something that we should all be able to get behind. Thank you.
I see Councilmember Contreras has her hand up and then followed by Councilmember Melendez.
I just want to say I really appreciate the way that Deputy Mayor Green has framed this, and I 100% agree.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding Councilmember Franklin's comments, as a concept, conservatorship is not a concept that I, at this time, would endorse. And I don't believe there are any state legislative efforts actually currently in process in the state legislature to bring that forward. And I have discussed this concept with clinicians that provide resources and services to people experiencing homelessness. And I am skeptical of conservatorship as an effective means to improve the quality of life and the self-sufficiency of individuals that are experiencing homelessness. I think that we can see far better and more effective results by providing permanent supportive housing, which, as Deputy Mayor Green stated, would be something that the council could absolutely endorse, right? Resources that would provide mental health, housing services to assist in the self-sufficiency and ability for someone to live a better quality of life. I think that those options and those concepts should be explored primarily. And the concept of conservatorship is not one that is even an option in terms of this current legislative cycle. So one of the things that I did see on our homelessness focused legislative monitoring list was AB 258, which would provide assistance for shelters that would allow more availability for people to bring in their pets and people to bring in their animals. Something that I've seen in doing outreach is that people have animals as a form of protection and as a form of comfort. So I'm really glad that that's on our monitoring list. And of course, I support any effort that is high dignity, trauma informed, first and foremost, and that would enhance the City of Vista's ability to provide housing, mental health, behavioral health, and homeless services.
Franklin, is your hand up again? It's hard to see your.
No, I understand. I just wanted to offer a thought, which is that, we should not limit ourselves to that which has already been, proposed. Legislation takes years, sometimes a decade to develop and advance, and we should be a part of the conversation to develop and build that legislation. It might be something that gets introduced in the next legislative cycle. So, whether it's conservatorship or something else, we're not limited to just those bills which have been introduced. We're part of the conversation as community leaders about what pieces of legislation should be introduced in the future, though we don't have the ability to do it ourselves and have to work through our elected state representatives. I think it's incumbent upon us to stand up and talk about these issues. I mean, if Governor Gavin Newsom can stand up and has the courage to speak out in favor of advancing conservatorship, and I certainly think it's something that we ought to become more educated on. Certainly in the 1960s, 1970s, up until the 1980s, when we ended, institutional funding, we had a very different and in many ways very flawed system of institutions for those who are severely mentally ill. I think we're better as a society today in 2020 than we were in 1983. To go back to the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, caricature of what these services are intended to offer, I think is wrong. And I think for us to walk past individuals who we've met with, and our social workers have met with, and our COPS deputies have met with, dozens, if not sometimes hundreds of times, people who have got severe mental illness, who are unable to consistently access the health services that they need and to benefit from them. And for us not to be courageous enough to say to their families, to their mothers and their fathers and their sisters and brothers, that we are willing to help you help your family member, because we acknowledge the fact that you as a family don't have the resources to help your family member who is severely mentally ill and who's suffering and who has a greater chance of dying from exposure, starvation, malnutrition, and all kinds of crimes that affect people who are living in homelessness, who are suffering from these mental illnesses. I think it's wrong for us not to stand up and want to do more to help those individuals whose mental condition and illness is preventing them from accepting the help that they need. So, I would urge you to look beyond, the caricature of the Bellevue institution that Geraldo Rivera exposed in the 1980s. Things have changed. We have better ways to help people today than we did in the past, but we threw the baby out with the bathwater, and it was a mistake. And that was a Republican president that made that policy, and it's a Democrat governor that's advocating that we look at some kind of return. So again, you might think I'm but it's not a partisan issue. And I think there's a moral imperative to help people who cannot help themselves because of the disease that they're suffering from. And I think we all recognize that. And when our friends and neighbors in our community look to us to do something to help people who are living in encampments and who are dying of exposure, living in squalid circumstances, I think that in many cases, there should be a pathway to help individuals who, over a long period of time, through diagnosis by qualified mental health professionals, are not able or unwilling to help themselves. I think it's something that we need to look at. And until we have the courage to say we're going to look at it and we're going to hold the mental health care providers accountable for the manner in which they provide those services, and until we're ready to look at the family members, whose doorways I've stood in, whose family members are homeless on our streets and say, I'm willing to stand up and advocate to do something for your family member, then I think shame on us. I really believe that.
Okay, so seeing no more. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Contreras, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. You know, I just want to state that first and foremost, we need to provide shelter and have that responsibility, really take ownership of that and provide shelter for individuals that are living here in the city of Vista and provide the shelter here. And then, you know, if we want to look at advocating beyond that, then maybe at that time, once we've succeeded in taking up our responsibility to our residents, then we could expand our legislative outreach. That's it.
Mayor, before we move on, at the beginning of the conversation, Councilman Franklin brought up the fact that he would like to see some support put forward for a nonprofit to basically coalesce cities and lobby the state government. That was at the original introduction by him. Just from trying to understand direction, I've heard it looks like there's 3 of you that may support that, but I'd like to get your formal opinions on that so we can understand from a staff perspective which direction to go.
So do you want to hear from each of us? Is that
I think maybe if Councilman Franklin wants to suggest what he's interested in, and then we could hear from each of you to make sure that we have direction.
Okay.
Well, I think clearly we don't all agree on the specifics of a platform, but we do, the city of Vista should not carry the burden of advocacy alone. Like Deputy Mayor Green said, there are probably a lot of ideas that we could agree on, all 5 of us, whether it's the conservatorship idea or it's something else. I would like to hear, we went through the process of creating a legislative platform that does not specifically address homelessness. I think that we need a homelessness legislative platform. And I think that we do need some assistance. And there are organizations that are seeking to bring together municipalities to build a platform and to leverage the strength of numbers. And I'd like to see us do that. And I'd like to see us have a further conversation where we go through issue by issue and decide whether or not we can support and sign on to specific legislative concepts. Because I think it's negligence for us as community leaders not to be actively involved in the decision-making process or making our voices heard in the state legislative decision-making process. So, yeah, I guess what I am asking is there are some nonprofits that exist that want to build coalitions of cities. We could all participate in a formal structured process in what that platform is going to look like. But we want to work with all of our surrounding municipalities, and not just those here in San Diego, but those around the state, where we can find a common agreement on proposals. And instead of us, carrying the financial burden of doing the research and the advocacy by ourselves, that we could support an organization that's focused on building that platform, and more important, on leveraging the strength of numerous municipalities. So that's the concept.
Okay. And I would agree with you and support that. I just so you know, I had a family that called me that one of their family members was homeless, and he had his check. He got a check. He gets his government check. He went out and bought a car. He didn't have a driver's license, but he bought a car with it that he couldn't drive, and the sheriffs picked him up. And then he also another month he got his money from his check, and when he got it, he gave it away to somebody who wrote him a bad check. So they took his money, his check, and wrote him a bad check. He was incontinent. He, doesn't. They tried to bring him home to the family, and he's incontinent. They can't have him at the house. He also gets violent. So, but he's out there and he's homeless, and so there are people that need help out there, and some people aren't getting it. So Anyway, so I'll go on as I'll start with the hands that are up, which are Councilmember Contreras, followed by Deputy Mayor Green.
I have a question. What is the cost associated with this? Because I'm really uncomfortable putting money into this type of advocacy before we move forward with real solutions that we haven't actually taken up as a body. So is this something that has to be beyond League of Cities, what we already pay for, some kind of advocacy? What's the cost, ballpark figure associated with moving down this path? That's a question I have before I can really solidify.
Sure, good question. I think the proposal was that we would invest $20,000 in try and build a coalition of other cities that would invest the same amount of money so that we could build an organization of cities that have a common platform. And I just wanted to say, I think it's important, no one of these things that we've discussed tonight that are tactics in our overall strategy should stand in the way of accomplishing another tactic. All of the tactics that we've discussed tonight should all be advanced simultaneously. We don't have the luxury of waiting until one of these tactics is fully, we're never going to be in a situation where one of these tactics is completely succeeded and eradicated homelessness.
I believe it's still my turn to speak. So
I'm sorry, I was trying to answer your question. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. My concern is that, we're going to put forward $20,000, which, in the grand scheme of a budget that is, millions of dollars, probably isn't that much. But, just like I wasn't in favor of us, spending $4,500 to, with the Martin versus, Boys decision. Yeah. I really have a hard time putting money forward where we don't know that there's going to be a return on investment. And then, is this a conversation that our other cities are having, and which cities, it almost seems like this could be a way to reach out to certain cities that have a certain political majority to try and create some advocacy platform. And I just don't know how. It just doesn't seem like a wise decision when it comes to investing the public's money. So those are my concerns.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Green. I was waiting for you to talk.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, check it out. I love the idea of forming a coalition of cities that have like-minded goals to solving our regional homelessness issues. My question is kind of similar to Councilmember Contreras' is what is it exactly we do? But I think that Councilmember Franklin put it very well, where he said, look, we're going to advocate for everything. I want to advocate for housing first. I want to advocate for housing for married women and single women, and any type of funding we get, I want to advocate for. However, I do agree that I don't want to throw $20,000 at any organization that I don't know the name of, that I don't know who they're affiliated with, which cities they're affiliated with, because as you know, different cities, have different views politically. However, I do think that as a coalition of cities, locally here, at least in the 78 I-5 corridor, that we all want to work towards making a dent in the homelessness in our county, regardless of which way that we approach. So I think that there is a benefit to having a regional legislative platform. I don't know that I'm comfortable throwing money at it right now. What I would like to see is before we throw money at it, we actually have a homelessness legislative platform that we can agree on as a majority council that we can then pitch to the other cities and say, hey, this is the platform that we want to get behind. What platform is it that you want to get behind? And let's all work together to advance that platform. And I think that's kind of what Councilmember Franklin was getting at. I definitely agree that, hey, the more people you have knocking on the door, the more elected officials you have signing at the bottom of a page saying, hey, this is a problem and we need funding for this, the more action that you're going to get, not only locally, but also regionally and federally. So I definitely think having a coalition of cities that has a similar legislative platform would be great. I don't want any political party or city's political beliefs to influence that platform. And I don't think that our mayor, any of our council members do either. I think we want it to be more of a blanket legislative platform that says, hey, and like you say, if you need help and you're unwilling to get the help yourself and your family reaches out and says, hey, this is our family member, he's living on the street, he needs help, I'm his guardian, please. I mean, I've been reached out by mothers and children who are on the street here in Vista. I've actually contacted my city manager. Emily's contacted the parents, and we've worked with the kids to get them into shelters. So there are situations where people can't take care of themselves, where I definitely support us being able to step in and having some type of program regionally that would help with that. It's a case-by-case basis. I don't want to throw anybody who just refuses to leave in any type of shelter, but I do definitely want to make sure people know we have that compassion, and that if you're in that situation where you can't help yourself, like Madam Mayor said, they bought a car, they wrote a bad check, they have the funds to be sustainable, but nobody is really showing them how to get to the next step. That's a platform I definitely support. A hand up for somebody in the community who needs that help. So I don't want to get very political with this, but I definitely believe that a regional platform is a fantastic idea. I would be much more agreeable to throwing money at it when I knew what we were throwing money at. The question of the what is really where I'm at. I think this is a discussion we could have for like 5 hours tonight as far as what our legislative platform is. So I don't advise we go too much deeper into this right now, but I would definitely direct staff that this is clearly an important issue. And if you could have the city manager meet with us individually, maybe we could get something together that we could bring back, that perhaps we do throw money at eventually, Councilmember Franklin, and we do hire an outside organization that we can all agree on. So anyway, that's my take on the legislative issue. Sorry to get so wordy, but I really think that's kind of how I want to go about it, get more information and more collaboration.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just quickly, just to respond, Deputy Mayor, thank you. I agree with.
I'll wind up with your hands. I see everybody's got their hands up right now. So everybody's, what it does is it lines you up in the order you put your hand up.
Oh.
So you're next, and then followed by Councilman Contreras, followed by Melendez.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. I didn't realize it was putting us in order. That's good to know. Deputy Mayor, I agree with your concerns. I would have the same concerns. So I would say, if we could stop short of approving any funding, but simply be willing to indicate an interest in moving forward. And I think the steps to that would be that obviously we do need to develop a homelessness legislative platform that our council has agreed to, and hopefully we can agree to it unanimously. And then what I would also say is perhaps we could give sort of a tentative go-ahead to staff to advance the idea with some of our other municipalities, solicit their feedback and input about what they might like to see, what their specific initiatives that they would support would be, and perhaps we can just proceed with the conversation of where we might be able to go with this and what the framework might look like, and then we can come back and have a more detailed discussion about exactly what we're advocating for with a written document, and then maybe we can also hear about some interest from some other municipalities that might join us with cost sharing. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with what Deputy Mayor Green just said and what Councilmember Franklin just said. I really do. I know it's not a huge amount of money, but every single dollar is important, and we want to make sure that we're investing our taxpayer dollars in a particular way that is going to bear fruit. And so I definitely
have no issue with just having a little bit more direction and totally advancing this idea, right? I mean, I think it's a great idea. My concern is that I just don't want to give money to some political consultants because they're expensive and sometimes they're not very good. But in any case, I think it is really important for us to come up. This region is unique, right? The 78 corridor is a unique region, and we have a lot of similar concerns from Oceanside to, Escondido. So I'm definitely in favor of the way that this has been kind of molded. And I do think that we need to agree on some kind of a platform and then look at, is this something that our neighboring cities want to do? Because when we do talk about this, everybody said it. It's a regional issue, and we need to definitely be able to hone in on what our region's needs are. And if we can advocate as a region, we are much more powerful that way. So I appreciate this discussion. Thank you so much, Councilmember Franklin, for bringing this up and bringing it as a something to be molded. And I look forward to having a robust discussion beyond this one on exactly what we want to put to paper. So thanks.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keep my comments brief. I do value legislative advocacy, nonpartisan legislative advocacy, and I do value intergovernmental and inter-organizational collaboration. I used to do advocacy with a group called Residents United Network, and we advocated for affordable housing and permanent supportive housing, which actually seeks to resolve a lot of the issues that are being described here tonight. So there's many solutions to the problems that we are discussing tonight. And I think that if we can get a good understanding from staff of what it would look like to form a collaborative body to advocate as a unit, right, and strengthen our ability to bring forth some of these provisions to the city of Vista, I would be behind that. So long as they are, evidence-based and trauma-informed and an effort to improve our well-being in the city of Vista, I'm all for that.
Okay, so with that, I see no more hands up at the moment. I'm going to throw it back to Sylvia. How are we doing, Sylvia?
We're doing all right. I believe we have enough direction on this item to move forward. The next and final item is the task force. And at this time, we'll take your comments and feedback regarding the internal task force.
Okay, and Councilmember Contreras, put her hand up first.
All right. So I basically have a carryover, kind of a copycat comment from prior discussions that we've had on this internal task force. It's amazing. I really appreciate all my coworkers on staff that have dedicated their time to figuring out the intricacies of one department and another department and how they're both interfacing with issues that have to deal with our residents that are experiencing homelessness. But I have a continued issue with it. This internal homelessness task force seems to be really important, but I don't have that much information on it still. I understand that there are monthly meetings. I have, previously requested hey, can we have some kind of transparency with these meetings? I know I'm not a part of it. I don't believe my other council members are a part of it for better or for worse. But, we do have to be accountable to the public. And it makes us our job to hold, this task force accountable very difficult when we don't have more information on it. There are no minutes. There are no general, memos or briefings. So I have a huge issue with that because we do need to provide a little bit more transparency. I don't believe that there's anything, wrong or negative that's being discussed. I really applaud this effort, but I do wholeheartedly believe that I'm not getting enough information, and this task force seems to be extremely important. So I'll leave my comments at that. But I really just want to get more information about it.
Mayor, if I might add, so members of the city council, you set the policy for the homeless strategic plan, and part of this task force, or really internal committee, you could call it, is for all of us to coordinate our efforts to carry out the internal plan for you. That's all it is. It's like anything you do, whether it's homelessness, whether it's giving direction on other subjects that we work on, we work in coordination through departments and we carry out a function. So there's nothing secretive. There's nothing, behind the scenes that's going on. It's just we're working on your policy to carry out your goals. And I think you see it in this entire plan, frankly, from prevention to the social worker to encampment cleanup, you name it. We do have minutes from these meetings. I'd be happy to share them with you. Like I said, there's no secrets or anything. But I heard other internal callers to this meeting earlier say that other people need to be inserted. And I would tell you, from a city organization where we're working together in groups, if your goal is to have other inputs and thoughts and from social groups or nonprofits, we'd be happy to set a structure up to be able to accommodate that. But otherwise, it's just like an internal department meeting is what I would call it.
Okay. I'm sorry. If I could just add on that the task force, the creation of the task force was actually done because during our background and conversations with each department concerning homelessness, there was a discovery that the city was really functioning in silos, and the messaging on homelessness was not uniform, and understanding what resources were available within the community in each department and division was not readily available. Everyone didn't have the same information. And it doesn't need to be only Sylvia that is on homelessness. It can be a public works person who is out there, or an engineer. It could be with anyone with the city. It can be approached at any time with anyone from the community. We wanted to just make sure that the messaging is continuous throughout the city as well. So it was kind of really focused around breaking those silos.
And you may remember when we were formulating the plan, when we had our consultants present to you, one of the things they mentioned was that we were operating in silos. And unfortunately, that was the case, admittedly. And now I think we're in a much, much different place in the last year, working together in coordination, and the left hand knows what the right hand is doing and so forth.
I think that's great. And I'm not suggesting that there's something nefarious or secretive, but I am saying that we need 100% transparency. And at minimum, if there are minutes, I would, that should be part of the public record when we get these updates. I would like to know, which departments. I know we have a list of departments that are part of it, like are who is there, right, at these meetings, and just a brief summary of, because you guys are looking at metrics. It's just so important that to not have that information, I think is not a best practice. And I think that we want to get to best practices. And I really commend, the city for putting this together. It is absolutely a brilliant thing that you all are doing. And I want to see it continue, but I also want to get more information because it is really important work that you all are doing. And, I'm so glad that we've gotten to the point where, we're using our in-house resources, right? Our incredible coworkers on staff. And you guys are able to have, the communication and the ability to strategize. And I, as a council member elected by the people, have a responsibility to ensure transparency. And so I'm, again, not suggesting that there's anything bad happening at these meetings. I just don't know enough. And so at least having a minimum of minutes and, knowing who's at these meetings, that suffices for me. So, and City Manager Patrick, I do appreciate you saying, hey, if the council wants to have other organizations join, let us know. We can create a structure for that. I'm 100% advocate for that. Maybe it's not at every single monthly meeting. It would be great, right, to touch base like that. But at minimum, a few times a year where the public can, have some kind of connection, whether it's through, professional organizations that have a stake in this, that have knowledge, that have best practices. I think that's really important. So I do lend my support to that.
Okay, Councilmember Franklin.
Thank you. I support the task force. Perhaps we gave a name that wasn't exactly perfect to describe what this is, because my understanding has always been it's really an opportunity for members of all of our different departments, from the fire department and the sheriff's department all the way to finance and stormwater, to meet with and discuss with our housing and parks department, and for everybody to be in the same room at once at a staff level and to coordinate our staff level efforts to implement the plan. Certainly the idea that, the Parks and Rec department might have been left out, or stormwater might have been left out of those conversations, but yet they have relevant input and really need to be involved. So I think what the staff has done, to my understanding, is elevate this conversation and said everybody in every department in the city needs to, at staff level, be involved in the discussion about how we implement the council's agenda. And so from that point of view, I think it totally makes sense. It was a wise move, and I continue to support it. Maybe we want to, have another thing called a task force where we bring nonprofits and the council together, and maybe we want to have a quarterly, open discussion about this, where we can, especially when we return to, what will hopefully be soon post-COVID operating, where we can get together and talk about the way forward on these issues as a community, and have a free-flowing discussion. But I also understand the need to limit a particular discussion to staff alone, so that you can have a workmanlike discussion about the internal functions of the city and to coordinate interdepartmental activities. So I certainly support having a meeting that is limited to staff, so that the work of the staff can be done and done in an efficient way.
It could be just the wrong title for the group. Maybe it's just they need a different title. Okay, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one question. So it is an internal task force. And is there a member of the task force that would regularly meet with external partners like the Alliance for Regional Solutions or Interfaith? Because even if there's not currently a procedure of including external partners into these meetings, it might be beneficial to have a liaison. For example, Amanda joined us on our shelter tour today, and that was really helpful because you were actually able to provide some insight and information of potential linkages that we could accomplish with Interfaith, and being able to help kind of further the success of the participants of their shelter. So just as an effort to make sure we're not working in silos externally or internally, is there a liaison person that's able to have more interaction with our external partners?
If I could answer that. So Sylvia does have consistent correspondence with our partners, especially those that are on the strategic plan. And then myself, I do sit on the Alliance's executive of their steering board, and we have monthly meetings. And so there's various organizations that sit on there as well. And there's 2 city representatives, myself, and then someone from Escondido. So absolutely, we do that. And then there's also quarterly Alliance meetings that Sylvia attends as well. So we definitely, and then we also are part of the regional task force, the RTFH as well, and a CDBG advisory group, a homeless coordinator group. We have lots of coordinations and meetings that we attend, and we can definitely get you a list of all the boards and organizations that we're a part of and how often we attend those.
That's great. Thank you. And I'm sure today was an anomaly of, this like specific piece of information was able to come out, and just, good serendipitous moment where we could potentially provide those linkages. So thank you for all you do. And that was just my only question.
Deputy Mayor.
Right. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for asking all those questions. I had 3 different pages of crazy sticky note questions here, and some of them were answered, which is cool. So you're welcome, Sylvia. I won't harass you too much. My first question was, is there an actual task force? Which there is. It's an internal task force, so that's awesome. I was wondering if you guys actually have an agenda for your meetings. Are there action items? I know that you said you have minutes. So what I would assume, maybe there's a chair of this task force that like runs the meetings and, some type of, organizational meeting. So I'm just wondering, number one, I'd love to get copies of the minutes on it. I'm also wondering if there's any set meeting dates, like, hey, this task force meets quarterly or every 3rd Tuesday of the month or whatever that day is. And then I just think as a council, we do get a lot of emails, we do get a lot of information, but I love reading. I always say readers are leaders and leaders are learners. So you could send me whatever, and before I go to bed, I might read right through it. And this is something that's really important to us. So I appreciate having an internal task force. I think that's great. I would change it to the internal homelessness task force because I don't think there needs to be outside influence on this particular task force. However, with this task force, once I know who's on it and we have like a list of members and all that good stuff, I would love for there to be an annual interactive public update with our internal task force, where this internal task force sits on a board. If it's 8 people or 10 people, it's the director of public works, director of parks and recs. I mean, whoever those people are, I think it would be great for our constituents to have an opportunity once a year to just meet with them and get an update and say, hey, this is what public works is doing. This is what our, road maintenance crew is doing. This is what sewer wastewater is doing. And I don't need to go down all of them, but all these people are on this task force. And if I don't have this information, Councilmember Contreras, Mayor Ritter, and our council members don't have this information, our community is not going to have this information. So this is something I would love to unpack. I love having the task force. Another thing that I would like to propose is, as opposed to adding to this task force, we have a public safety commission, we have a traffic commission, we have a youth commission, we have a lot of different commissions, senior commission, you name it. If we had a homeless outreach / affordable housing commission that, was made up of different community members that we appointed, just like we do all of our other commissions, I think that might be a good commission to kind of look at, given where we're at geographically and the needs of our citizens. As you guys know, traffic is a hot topic, homelessness is a hot topic, parks is a hot topic. I mean, these are all things that we have commissions for, except for homelessness and housing. So I would love to maybe put that out there. I don't know what it looks like to make another commission, but a citizen-led commission on homeless outreach and affordable housing, I think that would be great. And just to have a lot of different perspectives of citizens that can help with this. And then, our internal task force can maybe lead this commission's one member of it and update it. So I think it's a great opportunity for collaboration, and it's a great opportunity for citizen involvement so that we can get a little bit more information. So an outside commission that involves citizens, and then our internal task force that really gets through the nuts and bolts of our plan. And, given the diversity of our council, I think that we could come up with a really good, community commission that would have a lot of fantastic ideas that we would be able to implement. So I do love this task force. Keep it going. please get me a lot more information on it. And if there's an opportunity to create an additional citizen commission for homelessness outreach and affordable housing, I would definitely, approve that to coincide with this particular task force. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez, did you have something else, or was it?
I just wanted to endorse the comments of Deputy Mayor Green about potentially an additional commission, a public commission for homelessness and affordable housing or housing and homelessness. I think that would be great.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I just want to say the same thing. I think Deputy Mayor Green knocked it out of the park like a Padre right now, and I 100% support an additional commission that's comprised of our residents here in Vista that want to lead on this effort. So I think that's a great idea.
Hey, I'm going to give it back to Sylvia again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to answer Councilmember Green's question, the task force does meet the last Thursday of every month, and we've received your comments, and we'll definitely provide more information moving forward. That's something we can include for you. I believe we have enough direction to proceed, and this concludes the D1 update.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this does not require a vote we had a lot of discussion on this one. So with that, we're going to move on to the next discussion item, which the next item is the single-use plastics. The assistant to the city manager, Amanda Lee, who was here a minute ago, there she is. Okay, she's going to provide the staff report. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or pressing *9 now, and speakers will be called upon after the presentation. So Amanda, it's yours now.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Next slide, please. The item before you tonight was originally discussed at the March 9th City Council meeting at the request of Councilmember Contreras, following a presentation she organized in January from Oceana and the Surfrider Foundation. At the March 9th meeting, a majority of the City Council expressed a need to reduce the use of single-use plastics and directed staff to conduct additional research for the development of an ordinance, including options to phase out or reduce the use of single-use plastics. For the purposes of tonight's single-use plastics report, single-use plastics refers to plastics that are designed to be used once or for a limited time before being discarded. These items include, but are not limited to, plastic cutlery, disposable plastic straws, plastic stirrers, and plastic foodware, such as bowls, plates, and cups. Additionally, expanded polystyrene, or EPS, which is commonly known as styrofoam, is considered a single-use plastic and is frequently used by the food service industry to provide to-go food and beverage containers. Next slide, please. Currently, there's over 126 jurisdictions in California that have some type of regulation concerning the use of single-use plastics. Additionally, over the last 5 years, California has passed various legislation to reduce the state's consumption of single-use plastics. Locally, the cities of Encinitas, Del Mar, Imperial Beach, San Diego, and Solana Beach have adopted ordinances to either reduce or eliminate the consumption of single-use plastics. The 5 local cities range in their approaches they have taken to reduce the use of single-use plastics. Del Mar has banned all plastic straws and stirrers, and biodegradable paper or reusable straws can be made available upon request. Encinitas and Imperial Beach have taken a more robust approach and include restrictions on EPS foodware products. Both San Diego and Solana Beach have the most comprehensive plans and includes bans on non-foodware EPS products. The San Diego ban is currently not being enforced as the city staff is conducting an environmental impact report. Next slide, please. At the March 9th City Council meeting, a majority of City Council members did express a need to reduce plastic consumption, but also recognize possible undue economic hardships that bans can place on businesses that are already operating in a COVID economy. With that in mind, staff developed a two-phase approach to lower plastic consumption without disrupting Vista businesses. Phase 1 is to provide single-use straws, utensils, and accessory items upon request. Staff recommends that by August 1st, 2021, all food establishments must provide straws, utensils, and items such as condiment packages to customers upon request only. The goal of this provision is to eliminate the practice of automatically giving customers accessories that they may not need. Many customers take home or get delivery, are consuming meals at home or work where they already have napkins, utensils, condiments, etc., and do not need the accessories. Additionally, there is phase 2, and this is to prohibit the use of EPS foodware products by July 1st, 2023. This includes items such as to-go boxes, cups, plates, and bowls. There are many alternatives to EPS foodware products such as paper and biodegradable products and or utilizing reusable foodware. The reason staff is recommending not to implement this item until July 1st, 2023 is because an ordinance to alter people's behavior concerning single-use plastics will require a significant amount of outreach and education to both residences and businesses. Staff recommends that the city partner with an organization such as the Chamber of Commerce to create programs to include education on sustainable alternatives to single-use plastics, reusable to-go containers through city advertising and social media. Cost-sharing procurement options could be achieved when businesses work together to purchase supplies, and public education to encourage patrons to bring their own reusable foodware. The next steps, should an ordinance be directed, staff will return to the City Council with a draft use single-use plastics by June. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, so the council wants to hear public comments first. Are we okay? Okay, so City Clerk Valdez, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Yes, we do. The first is Pia Romano. Go ahead, Pia.
Good evening, Mayor Ritter and Vista City Council members. On behalf of South Vista Communities, we thank you and the Vista City Council members for holding the single-use plastic ordinance discussion on March 9th. Staff recommendations, as we just heard, includes a two-phase plan with the prohibition of expanded polystyrene foodware products by July 1st, 2023, and a year-long outreach campaign to educate businesses and residents regarding sustainable alternatives. It seems to SVC that while this two-phase approach is a viable option, our suggestion is to implement phase 1 as staff has suggested. The education campaign could span August 1st, 2021 to August 1st, 2022, with the prohibition of EPS foodware items by January 1, 2023, as opposed to July 1. This is a more ambitious timeline and still gives 1 year for the education outreach campaign, and waivers can be granted as needed. The single-use plastic issue has become so dire that this proposed timeline speaks to the urgency of the plastics issue. We hope you will take a moment to read the attached Plastics Coalition statement on behalf of 23 organizations that have joined together to encourage all San Diego cities to introduce policies phasing out single-use plastic. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on this very important issue facing Vista and the world.
Thank you. Next is Darcy Shiver-Knowles. Go ahead, Darcy. Are you there, Darcy? You need to unmute.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ritter and Vista City Council members and staff. I'm Darcy Shiver-Knowles. I'm the Director of Operational Sustainability and Innovation for Dr. Bronner's, a family-owned and run business, and California Benefit Corporation, based proudly in Vista since 2008, where we have manufactured our top-selling organic and fair trade soaps. Today, we have over 300 employees and we distribute our products around the world. You heard from our CEO, David Bronner, in January, and my colleague, Kevin Lee, in March as well, that Dr. Bronner's as a business is very supportive of the City of Vista taking policy action against single-use plastic and reducing plastic waste and plastic pollution in our community. Dr. Bronner's is one of the largest consumer products manufacturing businesses in San Diego County, and we currently utilize massive quantities of plastic packaging that many would argue is single-use. And we do this to distribute our products to consumers around the world. We recognize that we all have a role to play, including businesses, including consumer products businesses. Our customers and our consumers are asking for solutions, and our employees and our peer consumer products brands around the country and the world are working to innovate to find solutions. Dr. Bronner's is proud that since 2003, we have sourced 100% PCR, that's post-consumer recycled PET plastic for most of our bottles. Using PCR plastic encourages recycling by building an end-of-life market for recycled material, which is really important. And PET is widely recyclable. In addition, we have set business goals to send zero waste to landfill, provide employee lunches in compostable paper or reusable containers, expand packaging options for our products that promote refill, develop more plastic packaging options. Okay, thank you so much.
Next is Victoria Morales. Go ahead, Victoria, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, honorable council members and Madam Mayor Julie Ritter. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Victoria Morales. I am with Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I am here to express my support on a ban or restrictions on single-use plastics. As a lifelong resident of our beautiful city, it's heartbreaking to see plastic contaminating our streets and public spaces. These contaminants find their way into our waterways and are consumed by marine mammals. Plastic does not biodegrade, and it is incredibly harmful to our environment as well as our bodies, for it is a carcinogen. Please pass a single-use plastic reduction ordinance that will phase out styrofoam food serviceware by supporting D2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Brady Bradshaw. Go ahead, Brady.
Good evening or good night, perhaps, Mayor Ritter and Council. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I am Brady Bradshaw. I'm with Oceana, and I'm the field representative for Southern California. I just wanted to quickly just touch base on only one statistic, which I think is probably the most important statistic to all humans, which is that the average human on planet Earth is now ingesting 5 grams of plastic per week. These are microplastic particles in our air and water, and the duty to act swiftly on this issue is incumbent upon all of us. And so I greatly appreciate staff's recommendation. It's a great approach to start saving businesses money right away on the by request only component of straws, utensils, and other items such as condiment packets. And I would also add that we're more than happy to provide a full list of items that the Washington State Legislature has recently passed that we believe fall into the same category of eliminating plastic pollution and also saving businesses money. And I also just want to add that we would love the inclusion of styrofoam coolers, the sale of styrofoam coolers and or plastic styrofoam packaging peanuts in the EPS prohibition, but Oceana would continue to support this ordinance as is. We believe the staff recommendation is a fantastic approach, and I will end it there because it's a late night and Taco Tuesday. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Daniel O'Donnell. Go ahead, Daniel.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Dan O'Donnell. I'm a resident in District 4. I just want to say that I'm speaking in support of this and staff recommendation. I'd like to see it move a little quicker. However, I think that what they've come back with is very suitable and sustainable for our communities and our city. I support this action just because I, with many other members of my community, have spent many hours collecting trash all over our city. And I can't begin to tell you how many single-use plastic items we find discarded in our streets, in our parking lots, in our parks, in our streams. Personally, I have found everything from soda bottles, water bottles, plastic cutlery, coffee cups, diapers, food containers, plastic lids, oil containers, plastic shopping bags, garbage bags, and so many other things. All of these inevitably will run off into our stream systems, into our ocean. They pollute our lands, they kill our animals, they kill our sea creatures that think that they're food. So I am in full support of taking the necessary actions to limit our single-use plastics here in Vista. And I'm also saying that because if we do this here in Vista, we can set precedent for all the other cities around us that are inland. And while it may be the collective whole that contributes to the mass quantities of these items, it will be the individual efforts, city by city, business by business, and person by person that will contribute to making the changes to correct it. So I just wanted to voice my support and thank the staff and thank the council. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Good evening, council members. I'm Joe Hood, a board member of the North County Climate Change Alliance, and I live in Vista. In 2020, 188 nations agreed to place strict limits on the export of plastic waste. Sadly, the US was not one of them. Our exports rose to Malaysia, Vietnam, Kenya, and Indonesia. 90% of plastic cannot be recycled. We and other rich nations are unfairly asking poor nations to deal with our plastic waste. This must stop. Here are some mind-numbing facts. Humans buy 1 million plastic bottles per minute. 1 million per minute. 500,000 plastic straws are used in the world every day. Americans discard 500 billion styrofoam coffee cups every year. Most of these will still be present in landfills 500 years from now. Single-use plastics frequently do not make it to a landfill. They're just and not recycled. Just look around our streets, as we just heard. Our oceans and beaches are overwhelmed with discarded plastic. By 2050, there will be as many pounds of plastic in the ocean as there are fish. Fish are dying from plastic pollution. Our oceans are dying. Vista must do its part in reducing this tragic pollution. While I applaud the staff and the recommendations, I ask you to pass a severe Single-Use Plastic Reduction Act immediately, preferably one stronger and more encompassing than what staff recommended. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Ann Force. Go ahead, Ann.
Ann Force, Vista resident, District 2, and I agree with Joe that this legislation the ordinance needs to be enacted sooner. Thank you for facing this huge but insidious problem. The Vista Farmers Market banned polystyrene food containers 2 or 3 years ago with no problem. And so I think it would be no problem for our food vendors to also, and restaurants to also, you could have it be voluntary for the first 6 months and then have it be the real thing 6 months later, but the restaurants and food vendors will save money. And our landfill, our cost of waste every month is going to go down. Our yearly expense for EDCO is going to go down because there won't be so much in the landfill. I volunteer with Only Losers Litter, and I see the plastic problem in our city, and the trash is 90% single-use plastic. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you. Next is Janice Jones. Go ahead, Janice.
Thanks everyone for continuing the conversation tonight. I'm a Vista resident in D2, and I am really pleased with the recommendations from the city manager and staff. And I think that this ordinance proposal makes good common sense. The phased approach will allow time for citizens and businesses to adjust, and will, as others have said, have the potential to not only save businesses money by not passing out so many items that aren't needed, but could bring a whole new wave of visitors to our town and people eating out more when they know they have sustainable options. I do want to point out that the items included in the ordinance are not typically recyclable, so that when we think that recycling them is a possible solution, it's absolutely not. It's obvious from all the comments tonight and from the past two other meetings that the community supports these recommendations. The community supports, in fact, it sounds like even stronger recommendations. I think we can really come together as a community over this. We can reduce the single-use items that are littering our neighborhoods, accumulating on our roadways, and entering the watershed by taking this simple step that will move us all toward a cleaner and brighter future. Thank you all for your time and for staying up late to talk about this important issue.
Thank you. Next is Jim Riggenbach. Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, I just wanted to say super supportive of this. Thanks for bringing it up. The bolder, the better, I say. And also thanks everybody for your hard work. Council, I know you're doing full-time work on part-time pay, and I appreciate the sacrifice. And that's it. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next is called as SMJ337A. If you'll please state your name. Go ahead. Are you there? So I don't have a name. It's SMJ337A. Are you available?
My name is Virginia Roberts. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Virginia. I'm sorry, can you say your last name one more time?
Roberts.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. I've never done Zoom before. This is my first time, so I apologize to the council and the mayor and staff members. I am actually, what I want to talk about is the EDCO organic collection rates. So I'm sorry if I'm getting in on this late, but I had to set it up and I've never done this, so I missed a bit in the beginning. I am actually against the proposed fees. EDCO just increased our fees last year during COVID, and here again, we have another increase. I kind of wanted to make sure I understood the increase. It looks as though residential single families will see an increase in their next billing cycle from May 1st to June 30th of $7.62. But from July 1st on for the next 5 years, it looks like these rate increases will be based off of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, and the Regional Solid Waste Association. My question to the City Council is, what makes me nervous is that, is the CPI going to be based on a monthly? Will it be based monthly? Because I know the CPI has been going up due to inflation. Did you hear my question?
So, Virginia, yeah, so we're not on that topic now. That's already been passed. But if you want to email me, I will have staff reach out to you and answer all your questions. So my email is kvaldez@cityofvista.com.
Did she say it already passed?
Vista.com. Okay, yeah. So I am opposed to it just because it took me a while to get to this. So I thank you for listening and taking the time. And hopefully the meeting will end soon and you can all go home. Thank you.
Yeah. Next is Gabrielle Clifford. Go ahead, Gabrielle.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your late evening of hard work and the hard work you do on council. I appreciate it. I am a resident and small business owner here in Vista, and I want to voice my strong support for a comprehensive plastic reduction and phase out of single-use plastics ordinance. Others have already gone over the data around how problematic the plastics issue is, so I won't reiterate that. But suffice to say, it returns to us in our drinking water, in our air, in our food, and obviously affects marine life as well. I've also heard questions and discussion around the free market and the plastics issue. And as a socioeconomics major in college, I can tell you that the truth is that number one, the free market is built to adapt, and this is simply another adaptation. We don't go out of our way when an industry is disrupted. We take it as part of the free market system, and this is too. I believe it's time to let it do what it does well and adapt and incorporate this ordinance. Number two, the truth is when you look at the data, it costs much more to clean up and reverse the damage to our environment and to our health than it does to just stem the problem at its source. I learned this in environmental economics. Thank you. And as a small business owner, I can say that I thoroughly support this ordinance. And I am so grateful that the council has been addressing this and is taking it up. And if anything, I believe it could be strengthened, particularly with regards to styrofoam. So I believe we can be a leader and set an example for the rest of the corridor. This is a fabulous opportunity, and I am so proud that Vista is really moving on this. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration and your late evening.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Beld. Oops, I lost you, Rachel. Hold on. There we are. Go ahead, Rachel.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My computer is on 1% battery, so I will say this very quickly. Wanted to let you know that the Vista Chamber of Commerce is happy to support the city's efforts in outreaching with our businesses. We did some very preliminary outreach to our local restaurants, and we're happy to continue that effort in discussing this item. And my computer is dying. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next is Susan. Go ahead, Susan, if you'll state your last name, please.
Hi, my name is Susan Burke. I'm in District 3. I wanted to let you know that on Saturday, I took part in the Creek to Bay cleanup. And the area that I chose to clean up was the westbound on-ramp to Vista Village Drive. And 98% of what I picked up were single-use plastics, bags, straws, cups. And on a very local level, as a longtime season ticket holder for the Moonlight, my first thought was, what on earth are people coming to the Moonlight thinking of Vista when they enter on this on-ramp? And it was very disappointing to think that that is the first impression that people will have of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Spinks. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Thank you, Council, for bringing this forward. I think we all know that I run a program called Only Losers Litter, where we clean up a lot of trash in the city. We just recently, and that has been, it's like the same every time we go there. It's covered in trash. So yeah, and a lot of the trash we find is single use. But I'm calling in tonight because I am really excited. Tomorrow I'm going to talk with some young students at an elementary school about how my trash cleanup program came to be and how I tell the story of how it started with art because I'm an artist and art is a language. So I tell that story and how I use art to bring awareness to the issue of litter and how it's covering our environment. And I think that when we do these education outreach with our community, if there's an opportunity to partner more with the school district or local schools or just engage the youth more in this conversation, if that's an art contest for the marketing material, whatever, like there are many creative ways that we can include children in this story. Maybe they're making videos. Maybe kids are doing their own little volunteer efforts and we want them to tell their stories because all this plastic is going to live for thousands of years and it affects the future more than it affects me. So I want to say thank you again for looking at this. And like Jim said, the bolder, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was it for speakers. So we'll go ahead and close the opportunity to provide comment at this time.
Thank you. And so, I'll go first because I will. And wake up here, everybody. Anyway, so I support this. The only things I don't support would be I don't like the own your own personal reusable items. You know, I know we won't have to do that for a couple of years until 2023. But I just don't know how sanitary things are. People, if they take their own stuff in to get to go food, that would be my only thing. I don't. It doesn't sound like it. There's got to be some help things about that. But anyway, I'm so glad we're waiting until 2023. That will help the restaurants transition. I know that right now they're still having problems. I know that one of the manufacturers of the not dinnerware, but the to-go items, one of the manufacturers has just canceled 600 of their customers because they can't give them the stuff that they need. They're so overwhelmed. And another one is taking no new customers. And so I know that they're having issues manufacturing this to-go products. So anyway, so I'm glad they were giving until 2023 for the restaurants to kind of get used to it and for the manufacturers to kind of come up with something different rather than the plastic. So, but in addition, I would like to say, I think we just need education. People need to know not to throw litter out and to, all litter. I just think it would be a good idea for the education and for a little personal responsibility for people to pick up after themselves. I think that's important, but I'm happy to do this. I don't think we need single-use plastics, especially the stirs and the silverware, not silver, the plasticware that you'll stick in when you to-go things which you don't need, and all your 10 ketchups and all the things that you don't need. So I think that's really a great idea. I think we're doing a great thing here. So I support that. So with that, I will go to, I see my first hand here, Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify, because I know prior discussions, it has been mentioned that we want the city as a corporate citizen to take the lead immediately in implementing this plan. So is that still something that is feasible to do? That's a question I have.
Yeah. From a city department standpoint, whether it's the senior center or the Moonlight, most areas in our city that utilize to-go containers, we're already in compliance. We do have some leftover material that is polystyrene at the Wave Water Park, but it would take us a very short time to utilize that and then move on if that were the council's direction.
So yeah, I would love to add that as part of direction for this item. I think this is a long time coming. I do a trash walk every Wednesday, and we don't even walk that far. I mean, we're going from Luz Duran Park around the block, and it's plastic fork after plastic spork after spoon after straw. And it's ridiculous. So anything that we can do to take responsibility and to change, behavior in a positive way with extremely low to no impact to our business community. There's so many things that are positive that can come out of this, including, this is something, we got to make sure that our businesses are strong. And this is another marketing opportunity for our businesses to say, hey, we're taking some responsibility here. Come eat at our businesses. We're taking initiative. I love that, the chamber is a willing partner in this. I love the suggestion from Sarah Spinks about, tying this into Vista Unified School District, an art contest, something like that. I remember when I was little, I think I was in kindergarten and there was like a clean San Diego type of thing. And I drew a little dolphin and, not to throw away your trash in the ocean. And I remember getting like first place, right, for that. And that was really cool. And you carry those memories forever. So I think that's a great suggestion. So with that said, I would like to make a motion with the inclusion that the city take immediate initiative in implementing these phase outs. But I move to accept staff's recommendation with that change of the city doing this as soon as possible. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Franklin.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I did take the time to visit with quite a number of restaurant owners over the last few months. We've been discussing this subject, and I was surprised and happy to learn that many of the restaurants that I spoke with are already they're already on a request-only basis for silverware and other condiment items, which is great. I don't think that the new policy that requests to go to a on-demand will be a burden. So I'm happy to support that. I do have a request. I did visit with our restaurant owners as well as I did my own research on the cost differential between biodegradable options and the polystyrene. The cost is almost 2.5 times what the polystyrene is. Of the small restaurants that I spoke with, on average, this is going to represent an additional expenditure of $3,600 per year for their packaging costs. So what I would like to ask the council to do, because we are in a time right now, and I recognize we have a long lead time here, but I'm asking for us to exempt our restaurants that have a gross revenue of under $1 million and to not index it, so that in a short number of years, that number, because of inflation, will encompass an ever greater number of small restaurants. Now, I think what we're really trying to drive at are large-scale eateries, the McDonald's, the other ones that generate millions of dollars a year. Restaurants operate on a net profit margin of less than 10%. So a restaurant owner that's making a gross revenue of $1 million is lucky to make $100,000 in income. I think it's an unfair burden to place an additional $3,600 in packaging costs for these extremely small businesses. So I would like to ask the council, and I would second the motion, but with a substitute. And if I don't have a second, or if I can't get an agreement from the maker of the motion, then I would offer a motion in the nature of a substitute to pass, but with the amendment that we exempt those small restaurants that have a gross revenue under $1 million.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that this ordinance is a common sense solution, really pointed at human behavior to try to reduce some of our plastic waste. I was working at a grocery store when the California bag ban was instituted, and there were, frustrations, and people resisted that at first, but ultimately there was a great adaptation, and we saw a change in behavior and a change in people's attitudes. So I would support this ordinance as it is. I know that there's further discussion, further council members that may want to speak. So I'll go ahead and leave my comments at that, and wait to hear responses to the motions that were made.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I don't know if many people know this, but when Madam Mayor ran for office the first time, her motto was, "Get rid of litter with Ritter." Judy Ritter's hard on litter. I mean, come on, man. How could you not? That's so awesome. So trash has been a problem in our city for a lot of years. Judy's only 45 and she's been serving on the council for over 20 years. So, it's a big issue, but I thought that was something cool to point out. Get rid of litter with Mayor Ritter. I really like that. I wanted to kind of speak to the substitute motions just because I have a couple questions to them. As far as the city taking immediate initiative on implementing the plastic ban, I just want to make sure that the immediate initiative doesn't supersede the practicality of implementing the initiative. And what I mean by that is that we use what supplies we have on hand before we go out to purchase new supplies. So I would back Councilwoman Contreras' amendment to the motion stating that she'd like the city to take an immediate initiative as soon as practical. I don't know if you can add that caveat, but I just want to make sure we don't have a bunch of stuff we already paid for that we're not using. So I hope that makes sense. In regards to Councilmember Franklin's supplement of the gross revenue of a business being under $1 million, I don't know enough about restaurant revenue and such to know what their gross profits are. I do not want to levy any undue costs on any small mom and pop's business. I do think that the corporate businesses of the world should adhere to this immediately because they have a larger profit margin, and it basically won't affect their pocketbooks as much. So I do want to take it easy on the mom and pops, as opposed to giving an exemption for them, because some of the businesses under $1 million revenue might want to do this or might want to comply. Is it possible that maybe we offer, a waiver or grant in lieu or something? I don't know. I don't want to do like a blanket exemption, but I definitely don't want to create a hardship on businesses. So I agree with both of your supplements if that's a way to do it, because I think Councilwoman Contreras would agree as well that our mom and pop shops that have a bunch of styrofoam left over and, things, we want it to be practical for them to advance into this next phase as well. So I just had a question on that. I don't know what your motion would look like, Councilmember Franklin, because I don't know how to gauge gross sales. Do we judge that off what they paid for their business licenses? How many restaurants does that cover? And what type of changes would that be to the ordinance that staff already put forward? Because I know they put a lot of work into it. So those are my questions.
Can I speak to your questions, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
I would limit it to those restaurants with a single location with $1 million. And I can tell you, the mom and pop places, none of them are making $1 million in gross revenue, and there is no corporation drive-through that's doing under $1 million. There's none of them are doing under $1 million. They're doing, Raising Cane's is $8 million a year gross revenue. As an example, the Famous Dave's before them did $4 million gross revenue. So larger corporate outfits they're all going to be doing multiple millions of dollars. This $1 million mark is, and remember, that's gross revenue. We're looking at people with profits that are like under $100,000. But, and you know, we are already asking people what their gross revenues are on the business license. So, you know, all reality, we have the numbers on every restaurant and their gross revenues in the city. I don't know how hard they are to pull together, but I'm telling you, $1 million, that's your mom and pop operator. These are people that are making less than $100,000 take home at the end of the year. So these are not people that are getting rich in the business. And if you're making $100,000 a year, you're making $80,000 a year. And we add a $3,600 mandate to your business. That's a big number. That's a big bite. I mean, that means you're, you know, something's getting cut somewhere. So I do think in this environment where we're recovering from COVID, you know, I think we got to put the small business owner, you know, keep them in mind and realize what kind of an impact. And then remember that in 10 years from now, you know, I mean, our houses were worth half 10 years ago, right? In 10 years, $1 million is going to be, you know, not halved, but inflation is going to chip away at that. And over the years, this will increasingly bring those small businesses into compliance with the regulation.
I have no further questions. I think Councilman Contreras.
I'm back. So let's see. Councilman Contreras, it was you again? Is that your?
Yeah. So I'm not comfortable with the idea of $1 million. You know, this is is this the third meeting already? And we have not received not one letter and had not one person who's a small business owner come forward and express these concerns. However, being business friendly city, I totally understand the concern, especially coming out of COVID. So, you know, I would have no issue with a hardship waiver. But, you know, using $1 million mark with the idea that, you know, inflation is going to, at some point, it's like $1 million is going to be, you know, not so much. I just, that is, to me, just not good policy making. So I don't accept that. I really want to stay closer to staff recommendation. But I am very supportive of a waiver for mom and pop businesses, however that may look. That's something that I am 100% in support of. So I don't know if that clarifies.
Mayor, if I can jump in here real quick, just to inform the council that the cities that we have spoken with that provide either exceptions, exemptions, or hardship waivers, that was just mentioned, say it's very tough to know how to say yes or no to businesses without having clear parameters set. So if the council's inclined to go down this road where you're going to have exceptions or waivers, my hope is that you will provide clear direction on the parameters for that. Otherwise, what most cities say is that everybody that applies for a waiver or an exemption gets approved in their city. And so that was based on not just the cities in San Diego we contacted, but others as well.
And perhaps, you know, the waiver is an additional, you know, 6 months or an additional 12 months. That's something that I would be comfortable with. But really tying it to sales, I just don't think that is the best decision that this council can make. Yeah, you know, because when we're talking about, you know, $1 million and we're saying, you know, in the future, that's not going to be as much money. Well, neither is the $3,600 that it's costing, right? Especially as more and more businesses jump on to not using polystyrene, you know, just like we've seen the cost of solar come down dramatically, the cost of alternatives to single-use plastic there's a huge market demand for that. So we continue to see those prices decrease. So I think the $3,600, which, I'm just taking Councilmember Franklin's word for it. I mean, I haven't seen any staff report or any actual factual data to support that. But $3,600, I could see that being a hardship, but in all respects, it's not really that big of a hardship. So I'm uncomfortable with $1 million where the cost of implementing, a move away from something that ends up costing the city money. It just doesn't seem that great. I mean, we're paying an additional, $2,000 every month just for extra trash pickup. So, and it's still not addressing the issue completely. So I'm not in favor of tying it to, this $1 million figure. But I would be in favor of a hardship waiver that maybe is done by time, maybe 6 months, increments, something like that.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to contribute to this discussion by just recognizing our business community that did participate in the discussion tonight. Rachel Belds from the Chamber of Commerce in Vista that showed her support, and that I did not seem to get any messages from our small business community showing a concern about this. I also do want to press the point that Councilmember Contreras made about, being an evidence-based approach to this decision. I'm not aware of any report or specific evidence that indicates the factuality that $3,600 is what it would be in terms of a burden for a small business. I think that the report, the ordinance that staff has presented is perfectly adequate and offers a great buffer of education and time for our business community. And ultimately, although small businesses do not contribute to the same volume of plastics as some of our larger businesses in the city of Vista, everyone does play a part and does play a responsibility regardless of their size, whether that's an individual who doesn't throw their trash away in the trash can or a larger business that is, selling multiple, pieces of plastic a minute. So I would just want to kind of reflect with the city manager and with our city attorney to understand exactly where we are in terms of this motion. I'm favorable to the current ordinance as it is. I definitely understand the benefit and the asset of including some sort of hardship waiver. However, that would, I think, require further planning or further discussion, further research and understanding of the parameters for a hardship waiver. And I'm not exactly sure where we're at in terms of this discussion and the emotions that were presented. So if I could get a little bit of understanding on that, so that, move forward in the discussion and potentially for a vote, that we know what we will be moving forward with.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney first, and then I will speak, if that's okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. The item on tonight's agenda is actually a discussion item. No ordinance has been prepared yet. So while the motions are certainly in order, they're really, I believe staff was looking for direction from the individual council members as to how they would like us to bring back an ordinance. And it would appear that the majority would favor an ordinance that is based on the presentation that staff made. you're certainly free to go ahead and vote on the motions. Neither one has been seconded at this point. So in fact, there is nothing to vote on yet in terms of a motion.
Okay, now, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that clarification, City Attorney. I've listened to what you guys have both said, and it sounds like we're all saying the same thing. We just need to be able to come up with a motion or a consensus, rather, that the staff can kind of put into motion. So according to Patrick, if we wanted any type of hardship waiver, we would have to have a structure for that. I would assume that that structure would have to do with a gross revenue number, okay? So my suggestion, because we're not just accepting the staff recommendation, we're adding to it for Councilwoman Contreras that we want to add the immediate initiative. And I think that if we were to add a hardship waiver for businesses whose gross sales are less than $1 million per year, upon application of the waiver, that would be something acceptable. I don't like a blanket exemption across the board, because if you do a blanket exemption, they're just all going to do it, whether they need it or not. But if we were to say, we will offer a hardship waiver to any business that has gross sales under $1 million that you have to apply for, that gives staff parameters for an application for an exemption. It gives our small business owners the ability to maybe have a 6-month hardship waiver. We can put a sunset date on that hardship waiver. So it gives them some guidance, a sunset date on it, and it gives everybody what they want. So we get to implement this immediately with the city. We get to have a hardship waiver that has a financial number tied to it, so that every business isn't applying and every business isn't approved. And I think that would be the best approach. So if Karina, I apologize, if Councilwoman Contreras would be okay with it, and Councilmember Frank would be okay with it, I would like to move that we accept staff's recommendation as presented, and that we add the stipulation of an immediate initiative taken by city to accommodate this ordinance, and that we also add the application of a hardship waiver of businesses whose gross sales are less than $1 million per year upon application for such waiver, not as a general exemption. So that would be my motion. Hopefully it's clear what the motion is. It's adding the immediate initiative. It's adding a hardship waiver with structure. Yes, Mrs. Contreras.
Yeah, and just to make sure, it's going to have a sunset, right?
Yes, I want to direct staff with the hardship waiver to have a set time frame on the hardship waiver. So if the business owner applies for a hardship that's making less than $1 million, the initial waiver is 6 months. After 6 months, I would like them to come back and say, hey, we still can't do it. It should be a pretty simple application process if we can structure the guidelines income-wise and gross sales-wise accurately. So yes, Councilwoman Contreras, there is a sunset date on it. Eventually we want everybody to come in compliance, but we don't want to add any undue burdens. And I think this is a good compromise, because it's not a blanket exemption and it's extremely well structured so that our businesses can comply and get the benefit of it.
And
unless, just to make sure that you can't continue to get a waiver, in perpetuity. So, that's something that's important too.
Yes, so staff will come up with that guideline, and I agree with that. I think we all want to, as a council, want everybody to eventually come in place. Yes,
I'm fully supportive of.
All right, so that's my motion. We can.
And Deputy Mayor Green, just to clarify, when you talk about city implementing it, as you mentioned earlier, the city will implement it as soon as practical. Correct?
I apologize. Exactly. The immediate initiative of the city as soon as practical. Correct, Councilmember Contreras? I see a thumbs up. Yes, sir. Thank you for clarifying. That is included.
I will second that.
So I see hands up everywhere. So I don't know where to even go next. Katie's on the top corner here. Are you still, is your hand up from before, or is it a new hand?
I forgot to take my hand down. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's good. So we'll go to Councilmember Franklin.
Okay, so the motion that's been seconded is to allow a single 6-month upon application of a hardship waiver. Is that right?
I don't think it's necessarily a single 6 month. I think we will put a cap to the amount of hardship exemptions they can get, but I'd like staff to tell me what they think a practical time frame is for that exemption. But I definitely want some type of sunset date and a reapplication period when staff brings it back.
Okay, I think that's something I'm willing to wait for some staff information on. I think it might be something that I'm going to want to address and discuss when we get to the final ordinance, but I'm willing to proceed under this construct to get to the final ordinance and see what staff comes up with for a hardship exemption.
So we have a motion and a second. And so I guess we'll need to have a roll call vote.
All right, please state your vote when I call your name. Councilmember Melendez.
Aye.
Councilmember Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Franklin.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Green.
Aye.
Mayor Ritter.
Aye.
The item passes unanimously.
Okay, so that brings us to, oh my gosh, oral communication. So this is an opportunity for the public to comment on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda. If any members of the public wish to address the city council, they may indicate so by using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 now. So, City Clerk Valdez, do we have any members of the public that are still out there that wish to provide communication?
Yes, we do have a couple. So I'll remind folks that the limit is 2 minutes. The first speaker is Carol Green. Go ahead, Carol.
Hi, good evening. I'll try to be as quick as I can. I want to thank you all for your thoughtful discussion tonight. And I'm here because I volunteer and work throughout the county with parents regarding education, public health, and safety. I can tell that in my experience, homelessness, behavioral health, mental health, substance dependency, abuse, and addiction are often interconnected and related. And that ties together a lot of things you all have been talking about tonight. My observation is that public education is important for parents regarding these issues. And one of the issues that's not getting a lot of attention and is a little bit, very confusing is the marijuana commercialization. I'm sure that every member of the city council is doing what they think is best to protect the community. I can tell by the discussion. Marijuana policies and businesses have become very divisive, and I want to be clear that marijuana commercialization is not the same thing as not putting kids in jail. I've shared with you my personal story, which I won't go into again tonight, but I want to follow up with you and let you know what's happening to businesses in Vista. My nephew told me about this, to which I said, this can't be happening. And he says, it is at this Flora Verde business. They're offering and advertising free pre-rolls, mini dips for only $4.20. Buy 2 rosettes and get one free for a penny, or get one for a penny, not free. And BOGO on Moon edibles. I want to let you know that those were things that were specifically supposed to attract kids. I respectfully request that you just check into this process and make sure that the commercialization is not targeting kids. My major concern's always been the messages we're sending to our kids with flavors, candy names, and giveaways that attract kids. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Terry. Terry, if you'll please state your last name. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Terry Ann Skelly. Great. Hi. Good evening. I work in Vista and I'm a parent of 3 young adult sons who I'm encouraging to get a good education and jobs in these confusing times. I wonder if we really comprehend the consequences of having marijuana storefronts in town with its persuasive signing and advertising. This visibility and promotion threatens, sabotages, and diverts the lives of young people who we may well decide that an acceptable form of relaxation, diversion, and aggression is getting high. Sometimes it's been suggested that permitting of marijuana storefronts will control the black market. This promise that unpermitted retail markets would go away is a ridiculous industry assertion that is absolutely not supported by the data. This is why probably only 20% of municipalities are doing that. In fact, The recent Forbes magazine, an article written by a longtime marijuana proponent, stated that, and I quote, by most estimates, California's illicit cannabis marketplace is anywhere from 2 to 3 times as big as the legal market. It's highly likely no amount of enforcement can ever make the illicit market go away forever, especially since many of these legacy growers, a euphemism for a long-term unpermitted pot businessman, are people of color. Law enforcement has no stomach for that type of prosecution right now, even if it would reduce the black market. What we need is high-quality research to help us better understand the balance of risk and benefit to the city and citizens, especially its young adults like my sons, regarding marijuana storefronts. It seems that we mentioned that taxes received and neglect the risks of costs, which includes administration, enforcement, liability, safety, or social costs. Nor does it address issues like impact on the mental health services.
Mary, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Grace Rapp. Go ahead, Grace.
Hi, good evening. I really appreciate all you guys being here. My name is Grace Ann. I'm a high school senior, and I'm here tonight to speak frankly regarding pot in Vista. I find it very contradictory that the state has banned all flavored tobacco products because the flavors and packaging target kids, when in all honesty, we have just switched to vaping flavored marijuana instead. There's this notion that by bringing legal pot shops to Vista, then illegal market will go away and teens won't be able to access it. This idea is seriously flawed. Teens get their pot from older siblings and friends. The more legal pot shops we have only makes it more convenient. Pot shops sell marijuana packaged and marketed to depict candy and sweet treats. What teen isn't intrigued by candy infused with marijuana and bubblegum flavored waxes and oils? Perfect for taking a hit during class when the teacher isn't looking. I know firsthand what negative effects this has caused my friends and family. My cousin is recently sober after heavily using marijuana for the past 8 years. He started when he was 13. Only after a serious car accident almost taking his life, he came to realize this wasn't the path he wanted to continue down. After almost a year in rehab, he is now attending a university. Luckily, he had a second chance, but many teens don't get that opportunity. I ask you today to consider banning all flavored marijuana products and do not increase the number of dispensaries. We do not need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tyler James. Go ahead, Tyler.
Good evening. My name is Tyler James, and I'm a sophomore in high school. I have volunteered as a tutor for elementary school students in need of extra help, and I've mentored younger kids on sports teams. I recently heard a presentation about the health dangers of smoking and vaping and how tobacco companies use flavored products to hook kids. We were shown how tobacco companies studied the habits and preferences of teenagers to make products that would be more appealing to them. Then they used advertising that designed them to appeal to youth with young-looking models, bright colors, and themes of them having fun. While teen smoking rates have gone down, teen vaping is an epidemic because of the easy availability of flavored vape pens that contain high levels of nicotine. The government is recognizing this as a problem and passing laws to restrict flavored tobacco and vape products, but only after millions of teens have already become addicted. Knowing this, it makes me wonder why government leaders are encouraging the sale of marijuana products like flavored vape pens and edibles. It doesn't make sense. Big tobacco companies are getting into the marijuana business and using the same sales tactics. Vaping any product can cause serious lung damage. Both tobacco and marijuana can cause addiction and lead people down a path of more drug use. The U.S. Surgeon General and others have issued warnings that marijuana can cause serious mental health issues. If someone starts using drugs as a way to escape their problems, it's only going to make their problems worse. Marijuana companies are making lots of money, but my generation will pay the price. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes oral communication.
Okay, that brings us to our remarks. I just have a couple of announcements for that. I have low-income first-time homebuyers may qualify for the county's low-interest deferred payment loan of up to 17% of the purchase price for down payment assistance and a percentage in closing cost assistance. So we have a link on our news page at cityofvista.com for more information on that. Our residents who have used motor oil can be recycling it at the AutoZone in North Santa Fe and exchange their oil filter for a free new one this Saturday, May the 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Check the events calendar at cityofvista.com for details. So those are my two announcements, and I will go to the council and have their announcements. So I'll start up here with Councilmember Melendez.
I don't have any further comments other than to say thank you so much to city staff and our city council. And we had a really great discussion and hopefully can move forward with some great efforts for our community. I hope everyone has a wonderful and safe night. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Deputy Mayor Green.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank my council members for a great meeting. I love all of your brains and I love the perspective that you bring to the discussion. I think it's awesome. I want to thank staff for a great report and also Exodus Recovery Center for this great report on what's going on with our homeless in our community. This was super informative. This is what our strategic plan was all about, getting this all unpacked and figuring out where we can best make the biggest dents in our community. So thank you all so much for sticking out. It's 9:39, so that means we've been doing this for a little over 4 hours, but I think it's been super productive. We're making a huge difference for our community. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff. I look forward to our next meeting.
Hey, Councilmember Franklin.
I'd second those comments. Appreciate all of my colleagues on the council, the good discussion, and I appreciate the staff and the good work they've been doing on the homelessness master plan implementation and all the other things they're doing to make Vista safe and beautiful. Thank you all.
Councilmember Contreras, couldn't get that out.
I just want to echo my colleagues. It's been a fantastic discussion. I know it's gone on for a while, but we had a lot of city business to review. We had a lot of people from the public that wanted to offer comments, questions, and their own ideas, suggestions. And I'm just really thankful to be able to be here. It's an honor to be here with you all, advancing community well-being. With that said, tomorrow I have my weekly trash pickup, 9 a.m. at Luz Duran Park. And if you want to, help us clean a little section of Vista, you can join us then. But on a more serious note, I do want to just say that I would love to close this meeting in honor of one of our coworkers who has passed, and that is our firefighter, Andy Valentina. He leaves behind, family and a lot of friends. So I send blessings to him and his family and friends and yeah, it's a tragedy, but I do want to just close in his honor. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilmember Contreras mentioned, Vista firefighter paramedic Andy Valenta lost his grueling battle, I should say, with cancer on Sunday. And he was a very valuable member of our team. And the fire family is distraught over it. His wife, Kaylee, and has 2 very young daughters, which is just a tragic loss. And so our hearts go out to his family, his extended family. And all the flags at all city facilities are at half staff in his honor. All the fire departments in San Diego County, as well as Orange County, have their fire morning flags up. And all of the members of our fire department are wearing morning bands over their badges. So our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to the Valenta family. And there will be a celebration of life for him. It'll be on Saturday, it's currently scheduled for Saturday, May 22nd at the Moonlight Amphitheater at 11 a.m. in the morning. So thank you.
City Attorney Daryl Piper, do you have anything this evening?
I have nothing specific. I'm off to draft a super duper single-use plastics ordinance.
How about our city clerk? I think Valdez.
I do want to mention that we have a couple of unscheduled vacancies, one on our traffic commission, which Councilmember Contreras will be making a recommendation for, and the other on our public arts commission, which Councilmember Franklin will be making a recommendation for. Those applications are due May 10th. Information is available on the website, or you can contact me at kvaldez@cityofvista.com. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, and with deepest sympathy, I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of firefighter paramedic Andy Valenta. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and his friends and on all of our firefighters, all the firefighters. And so it's tragic and we hate to do that, but we'll adjourn in his honor tonight. So with that, we are adjourned.